Hello. Ah. Yeah, I ended up missing the debate. I fell asleep right before. Uh, we're gonna try to do it again tomorrow at 3 p.m. So hopefully I won't sleep through it. Yeah, I had two alarms, for just in case I slept through the one alarm, but there was like some glitch in my phone where there was no audio. I made sure like the alerts and audio was on, but didn't hear anything. Friend of mine even called me and nothing went on, and then when I tried to like play any videos or something in my phone to see what the fuck's going on, like there was no audio. So yeah, my phone just didn't go off and then I slept through it. No, the debate tomorrow is about whether saturated fat causes heart disease. Pierce Morgan, India vid.
Pakistan.
I don't know if I want to watch that. That looks like it's gonna be fucking retarded.
I see Frank has posted a new vid. Finally purchase a scale.
No, I haven't actually gotten a scale yet. I do have to go out tomorrow to get a new bicycle chain. I don't know if I'll have time actually. Yeah, I've got that debate. I don't know. We'll see. I'll get one soon. Probably just order one on Amazon. Thanks for the donation though, James. Is Frank gonna be permanently blind? Yeah, at this rate.
What's up, guys? We had orbital reconstruction surgery, and was hoping I wasn't going to wake up from this one, to be honest. That was the best case scenario. Just go to sleep and don't have to suffer anymore, but apparently.
Yeah, he's probably gonna Minecraft himself at some point, especially if this doesn't go well.
Someone still wants me here because I'm alive and I'm not blind. So I guess I got that going for me, but I just wanted to make a video to give you guys an update and also mainly ask for some support. I was never having any sort of financial issues until last year, where we had to get all the surgeries and attempt to fix the problems. So we made the fundraiser on the Botch Buy to Bond website, and we made a give, send, go separately, but I don't really want you guys to support me. Like, if you watch my channel regularly and you want to support me,
Still didn't raise any money. Yeah, so $511, 3 donations. Who in the fuck would that be? Like, is that his parents or is that him donating to himself? Literally nobody cares. Did you buy the premium edition for Doom Dark Ages? I haven't pre-ordered it. Frank looks like he really owes money to someone. He technically does, lol. Yeah. Yeah, dude, he is messed up.
On the businesses, that's fine, but I was hoping that like this story and this whole scenario was kind of crazy, that more of my videos would go viral and I could get like some more outside people to support me, but uh that doesn't seem the case. So uh just for like my employees and everyone that depends on me in the meantime, I was hoping maybe you guys would place some more orders on the business this week. Because like everything out here I had to pay for this surgery was like $40,000, and then we're probably gonna have to get another surgery immediately to correct my vision. I'm not sure yet, but like,
Oh my god.
How would he Minecraft himself? When is your debate?
The debate is going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And it's going to be about whether saturated fat has a causal relationship with heart disease. The guy I'm debating is not very smart, and he's probably just going to say a lot of stupid shit. But it is just such an easy slam dunk topic. I don't understand why the fuck anybody would even argue. It's going to be pretty dumb, I can guarantee. But yeah, unfortunately, I fell asleep right before the debate, and I missed it. We're supposed to do that today at 2, so we just rescheduled for tomorrow at 3. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
I'm hoping it gets better, because right now we're like out here in California. It's been like 3 days since the surgery, and I'm just like really, really dizzy and nauseous when I stand up or try to do anything. I don't really want to get on a plane. Like, I was supposed to fly back Wednesday, but I rescheduled my flight. Like, I just don't want to have to fly back in this state, but if I don't get any better, I might have to, because this might be how my vision's going to be until we get the strabismus surgery. So all those.
For anyone who doesn't know, Richard had a debate earlier on saturated fat causing heart disease. He got clowned on during the debate and said that he'll talk to Dr. Avi about it because he doesn't know now. And he has to get all of his info from Dr. Avi.
No, that didn't happen, but thanks for the donation, 21st.
Surgeries we had last year were like turning my eyes outward because I was cross-eyed, but now the reconstruction brought my eyes back out to kind of where they were. So now all those strabismus procedures might have to be reversed.
At this point, Frank is going to be as blind as a bat that flew directly into a light beam and had its eyes shot.
Yeah, we can only hope. It seems to just be getting worse and worse for him, so probably should have quit while he was ahead. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
For my vision to be normal, but I'm not 100% sure. I guess the pain hasn't been too bad. It's just like a constant pressure in my head, and I have to like look at one. I can only look out one eye at a time because the planes of vision are really different. It's kind of like I'm a chameleon.
Oh my god, this is so bad. Dude, what a retard.
Yeah, if you guys go look at the if you guys look at the shorts we posted the past few days, is pretty brutal. Uh,
Does he have new shorts we haven't seen?
my eyes are really messed up from my surgery, so I probably shouldn't be posting. But this guy made a Reddit post about my initial botch, and I wanted to show you guys how these gang stalkers are like steering the conversation away. So I don't know, it's just some random guy posting my before and after photos. But then this gang stalker leaves a comment. For all wondering, this is Frank Tufano, who is a pretty Looney Tunes YouTuber and doubtfully one of OP's real friends. Tufano has posted on Reddit before and doesn't need someone to post on his behalf by any means. It's unfortunate what's happened to him, but he is an incel-like and obsessed with looksism, so it would have inevitably been botched somehow. I've never followed him, but found out about him from other posts of Taban on the sub. So this is 100% factually incorrect. I don't know why this guy posted this. I'm guessing
Like, that's pretty true.
it was just for karma or to try to get views for himself. I don't know why someone's calling me an incel. That seems to be like a term just used to randomly slander people. But
Anybody know his net worth?
Not sure what his net worth is. Again, his tax documents were submitted to the court in the lawsuit with Paul Saladino. So, he made 5 million in revenue last year. I don't know how that would necessarily translate to net worth because we don't know his like actual net income or his what's it called? Assets and liabilities. I don't know if he actually has any assets. Thanks for the donation though, James.
all I've done on my YouTube is health and nutrition stuff. Like my YouTube is health and nutrition and diet stuff. Like I've always tried to help people, so I don't know how that gets me labeled as a Looney Tunes YouTuber. And saying I'm obsessed with looksism when I've only had one cosmetic surgery, which is this botched eye surgery, also makes it completely ridiculous. So he would have inevitably been botched somehow. This eye surgery was the first and only cosmetic surgery I've had. The other surgery I had was double jaw surgery, which was to correct my bite. I've never had any purely cosmetic surgery at all besides this. So this is like
That's not true. He got like fillers and Botox and shit like that in his face before. His jaw surgery was also cosmetic. He's bullshitting.
For those who missed the debate earlier, the reason why it's not up is because about 1.5 hours into the debate, Jasmine started yelling outside for Negro to come out and talk to her. He said he had to go, abruptly ended it and deleted the stream.
No, that's not what happened, but thanks for the donation 21st.
this guy trying to just make me look bad and get people to not feel bad for me. Oh, yikes, thanks for the insider info. This is what these shills do. They like try.
I came across your channel after a long while. Are you and Jasmine still together?
No, we broke up. Thanks for the donation.
To take control of the situation and make the narrative fit against me.
I think the animals might like to discuss that with you, Frank.
Yeah, they probably do. Or they'd just like Frank to die. I think they'd just rather him die. Thanks for the donation though, James.
And then there was another post about this guy saying he was going to get surgery from Dr. Taban, and that the way he defended my botch was that he took on this risky case because no other doctor would. That's completely factually incorrect. I only went to Dr. Devon. I didn't even get opinions from other doctors who would have probably said no. The patient knew the complications and risks and apparently makes a living suing people. That's completely ridiculous and crazy. And he lied to me about the risks of the surgery and what could happen. Otherwise, I would have never gotten it. And now it's completely irrelevant. Like,
It probably isn't worth supplementing coenzyme Q10. I don't know of any high-quality randomized trials that show that it actually does anything useful, and it's very expensive. And like, if you see a cheap coenzyme Q10 supplement, it's guaranteed to be fake. That is one of the most faked supplements on the fucking market, just because it's so expensive to actually make. So to actually get what would be considered like an efficacious dose, like it's gonna be around $120, $150 a month just for the one supplement. Like, I wouldn't bother.
Hey, you know what, with that eye surgery Frank's eyes even looks a bit like a slow loris eyes, which is ironic seeing how they are nocturnal and their eyes are sensitive to bright light.
Yeah, it kind of does look like a slow loris right now. Only a slow loris is much more adorable. It's a nice slow loris. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
like there's no defense for this, but it's just, it's just crazy to see these people trying to steer the conversation and make me look bad. It's completely disgusting and ridiculous.
Yeah, dude, the idea that Frank wouldn't ask, like, ChatGPT about any of this shit, like, it's... I don't believe him when he said, oh, I did all this research, but it turns out all the research I did was, like, lies put out by this doctor. There's just no fucking way. He's lying. So I think he just decided to take a huge risk because he's super insecure, and then it didn't pay off, and then he's just making up excuses.
Waking up out of the surgery, I was in so much pain. I just remember a glimpse. There was like one doctor holding down each.
A whole foods plant-based diet low in saturated fat not only halts the progression of heart disease, but reverses heart disease.
Well, so far there's not any evidence that it reverses heart disease. It's possible that when you're talking about soft plaques over time, you could get a recession of plaque volume. But in order to be considered disease reversal, I think you have to have something like a 25% reduction in plaque volume. So far there haven't been any, plant-based dietary interventions that have been able to reduce plaque volume to that extent. So the reductions in plaque volume that have been noted are not really clinically relevant. So what you can say with scientific certainty is that you can halt the progression of the disease, and you can reduce the risk of recurrent events. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike the Vegan.
Of my limbs.
And someone's streaming Dark Ages.
Hey yo, Sony Z.
Only unlike a slow loris, Frank can't produce X venom from a gland located in his armpits.
Well, we're not actually sure about that. He might be able to produce venom from a gland under his armpits. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And they drugged me back to sleep. And then I woke up a few hours later and it wasn't as bad.
Dodo donate $2. Is this a sign China may be turning on Russia, and what does this mean for the region? Who the fuck knows? Like, the thing with China is they're all liars and they just want to fuck shit up. So they just want to weaken every foreign adversary or anyone that they think could possibly be a foreign adversary. They definitely see Russia as a threat in the future. So they're probably in favor of the 30-day ceasefire just because they know it would be bad for Russia. And they also support, like, stupid nonsense that Donald Trump is doing. Just because, again, they know it'll weaken that foreign adversary. Trump confirms the Qatar plane story. So the fact that the Defense Department is getting a gift free of charge of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction so bothers the crooked Democrats that they insist we pay top dollar for the plane. Anybody can do that. The Dems are world-class losers, MAGA. Dude, the amount of, like, corruption in the Trump administration is just out of this fucking world insane. This is how Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, according to flat earthers. That's funny. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So yeah, hoping the swelling goes down more the next few days, and my vision is not as making me as dizzy and stuff. But as I said, if not, we're just gonna have to try to get home. But surgery wise, everything went well. The doctor said that the doctor basically said that everything looked perfect before the swelling set in, which I'm excited for. And the main reason it probably went so well is because he said,
just random vids, donate $2, don't worry, nothing graphic happens. The fuck?
哎呦，你怎么学这么好啊？
Is this AI? What in the fuck? I wish crocodiles weren't so vicious and, like, they'll literally kill and eat anything, because they're kind of cute. I'd like to pet a crocodile. They look like nice little chub-chubs.
We'll be closing in 2 minutes.
Yeah, fucking libs, no excuses.
How many hours a week do you work? 40. How many hours a week do you work? 40. Okay. How many hours a week do you work?
Like work in here?
Yeah, work. No, work. Your job.
My job?
9.
Is Frank losing muscle mass?
Probably. He's not really working out, and he's stressed out like crazy and not sleeping and eating, so yeah, it probably is. Thanks for the donation, James.
10-hour days. 2 in the morning till about 12 in the afternoon.
Wow. So over 40 hours.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just checking.
Oh,
All right.
yeah. Oh,
Thanks.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. How many hours a week do you work?
Work?
Yeah, work.
Job?
Yeah, your job.
50.
50. But you're in here.
Every day. 5 days a week.
Wow. Okay. How many hours a week do you work?
60, 70.
All right, thank you. How many hours a week do you work at your job?
40.
40. Okay. And you're in here.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, just checking.
Without a doubt.
All right,
Without
baby.
a doubt. Be like you, baby.
How many sets you gonna do?
All of them.
How many reps?
All.
Yeah, I mean, you can get workouts done while working. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. I forgot my namification donate tillers. Have you read this one? No. Yeah, I don't think this is one I've seen. Umbrella Review. Cochrane Library. Meta-analyses of randomized trials and cohort studies, extracted effect sizes, heterogeneity, evidence quality rating based on population. 21 meta-analyses were included, 3 were RCTs, 18 were from cohort studies. Among meta-analyses of RCTs, 15 of the 45 associations were significant. Effective reduction in saturated fat intake on combined cardiovascular events, which is pretty much in line with most other fucking meta-analyses and systematic reviews, was graded as having moderate certainty of evidence. We found no effect on all-cause mortality, cardiovascular mortality, cancer deaths, other cardiovascular events. Among meta-analyses of cohort studies, 5 of the 19 associations were significant. There was an increase in coronary heart disease mortality, breast cancer mortality in participants with higher saturated fat intake. Found no effect on all-cause mortality. So, going into the data like further, like even these randomized trials, they're not particularly good. They're usually less than 2 years in duration. So if you look at statin trials or any cholesterol lowering intervention trials, they usually don't see any benefit below 2 years. You typically only start seeing a benefit to these interventions after 2 years. So that's a huge issue for a lot of these RCTs. And yeah, typically they'll just find a benefit for overall cardiovascular events, but nothing else. And again, it's probably just due to the length of the intervention primarily. A lot of them also don't actually manage to lower cholesterol by all that much. They target, like, they either have no target for cholesterol lowering, or when they do have a target, it's practically nothing. There was a Cochrane review that they targeted like 0.2 millimoles per liter. That's less than 10 milligrams per deciliter. So in your average person, that would be less than a 10% reduction in LDL. It's practically nothing. So yeah, most of these interventions are just garbage. They don't actually... If you see how randomized trials for cholesterol-lowering medication are designed, like they have cholesterol-lowering targets where they try to lower it as much as possible. And ideally, they try to get like at least a 1 millimole reduction. But yeah, the trials for saturated fat are usually way worse quality. So that's why you see a lot more mixed evidence. But again, we know LDL or ApoB is, causal in heart disease risk. So, but thanks for the link, dude. Appreciate the donation.
Primary argument that humans are meant to be vegan?
I don't know what you mean by meant to be vegan. You're gonna have to clarify. I wouldn't say humans are meant to be vegan. I would say we should be vegan for moral reasons. And there's also health benefits. Thanks for the donation. Dodo is gay.
Maybe Frank did, then he could use venom to protect himself from the animals on his farm that want him dead.
Yeah, we're gonna have to remove his venom glands underneath his armpits. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Cam donated $2, $130, and you can play the new Doom right now. Should I or shouldn't I? If you donate $130, I'll play Doom right now. Why not? I'd be up for it. Thanks for the donation, Cam. Dodo, donate $2 not to mention. Let me see.
Do you think taxing intermediate goods that go inside American manufactured products helps or hinders manufacturing?
I believe that, as the Intel example you give, we have to bring these strategic industries back to the U.S.
We're not going to bring every component. A Boeing aircraft, 747, has 6 million components. There is no universe in which we're going to manufacture all 6 million components in the United States. And so if you impose a tax on those foreign components, you are hindering the manufacturing of Boeing 747 here in the United States. Do you think taxing intermediate goods that go inside American manufactured products helps or hinders manufacturing?
I believe that, as the
Well, none of this Trump shit makes any sense. I don't know if this is like planned just to make have some weird wealth transfer. Elon Musk is the richest man in history. Isn't it weird there are no Elon Musk hospital wings, no Musk libraries, no Elon Musk schools? Are there any philanthropic causes that have Elon Musk's name on them? Has he ever helped another human being? Nope. Not sure about the specific claim, but I can clarify in funding. Elon Musk's foundation has donated to hospitals like St. Jude, but there's no evidence of major hospital wings named after him. No direct funding for pharmaceuticals or youth sports is documented. Though Neuralink works on medical tech, no grants for new parents or birth rate initiatives are known. His foundation supports some community efforts, but critics say it's slow and self-serving. As companies like Tesla, SpaceX contribute to society, though this is a debate as philanthropy. For more details, check reputable sources. Dude, that's hilarious that Grok is like actually just shitting on Elon Musk.
The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level. And in the wake of that conference, nations came together and spoke to me about confronting Qatar over its behavior. So we had a decision to make. Do we take the easy road, or do we finally take a hard but necessary action? We have to stop the funding of terrorism. I decided, along with Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, our great generals and military people.
You know, I think with his older age, he's just become so ridiculously cynical and has just decided, fuck it. I'm only going to be here for a few more years. I'll just do whatever the fuck I want. That seems to be his attitude right now. Because he doesn't seem to have any interest in the public good whatsoever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Neck Hurt donated $2. PSA, ladies, he will never change even if you are carrying his child. What color was his skin? Dude, women are insane. Like, a chick will date some, like, insanely crazy whack job abusive guy who's, like, known to have drug abuse, like, probably went to jail for, like, 5 years for domestic abuse or attempted murder or something. Then they'll date that dude knowing his history, get abused like crazy, then break up because they can't handle it anymore, then get back with them, then he'll, like, nearly kill her. And then they'll break up again. And then her friends will see all of that happening. And then as soon as she breaks up with him, her friends will end up dating that guy. It's fucking crazy how, like, women's dating preferences are just fucking nuts. Me before I dated my boyfriend and now. I don't know how she still has a boyfriend, honestly. Like, she is fat. Well, might be worth it to stay single. Not racist, I have one black friend, the black friend. Black fatigue, low, I got nigger exhaustion. I've been getting hate from these low IQ primates for years. Yeah. Oh, look, actual women and children. U.S. officials greet white South Africans to whom the Trump administration has granted refugee status for being deemed victims of racial discrimination in their home country.
Secretary of State, you know, I think wanted to go and right.
Secretary Landau is that my wife.
Since this is like a press conference, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually hand-selected some of these people to look as least intimidating as possible. But I actually agree with his decision to give white South Africans refugee status because the political situation there is fucking insane. Thanks for the donation, Neckert. Jake Murphy, donate $2. What's the best response to use against non-vegans when they say, but the food chain, though, to justify eating meat? Okay, like if aliens or xenomorphs or vampires existed, would they be okay with humans being killed? Like, I don't know why you have to ask me that. Just use some critical thinking skills, dude.
Joey is 7 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 times cute than before FFFFGHTFGH
Wow, that's amazing. I love Joey. He's a sweet boy. Give him a kiss on his little kitty cheeks for me. Thanks for the donation, Lena.
Also, unlike a slow loris, Frank is not an endangered species and the loris is.
Hopefully Frank becomes endangered soon. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I have UC and shifting towards a plant-based diet has been extremely difficult as nearly every fibrous food I encounter exacerbates the diarrhea. I am shitting upwards of 15 times a day and baby wipes feel like sandpaper, have failed 3 treatments. Any tips?
Fiber is not going to trigger diarrhea, so you're probably eating like a fucking retard. The only time I've ever seen people have problems like that is if they're eating massive amounts of like fruits that are known to be particularly irritating to the bowels, so like pineapple. If you're eating like an entire pineapple per day, I've seen people do that shit and have that sort of problem, but yeah, dude, eating some fucking beans with rice is not going to make you have fucking diarrhea. Having some tofu with some vegetables is not going to make you have fucking diarrhea like that. So you're either eating some stupid, ridiculous diet where you're eating like raw vegan fruitarian or some nonsense like that, or you have some sort of allergy to a particular food and you're not realizing it. But you're not going to get that sort of problem from just eating normal foods. So, just have some like tofu, white rice. Have some like potatoes for a meal. Black bean burgers and stuff like that are also normal people foods. Try making a sandwich with some like vegan deli slices or something. Just eat normal people foods. There's no fucking way you're gonna have diarrhea like that. Like, what do you mean you're getting diarrhea from eating any fibrous foods? You're telling me you've never eaten broccoli before? You've never eaten beans before? You've never eaten any fruit or vegetable? Because it'll give you, like, insane, crazy diarrhea. Like, you're full of shit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Would you suck a human phallus if it abolished all animal suffering forever?
Yeah, sure, why not? Thanks for the donation, Sean Diddy Combs.
Fuck bitches, get money.
I can, I can support that. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. He probably downed a gallon of prune juice, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
If Ask Yourself started dating Jasmine, would you remain good friends with him?
Yeah, I wouldn't have any problems with him if he dated Jasmine. I don't care. I'd fucking tell him for his own good not to fucking date her. But, yeah, I wouldn't care. Thanks for the donation, Blur. Skur donated $2. This was in November 2024. Were you crying because of your breakup with Jasmine? No, I wasn't. That was... I was just laughing from the edibles I took. Thanks for the donation, Skur.
Our favorite spammer has returned. Smiley face emoji, cool face emoji, dancer emoji, steam locomotive emoji, high volume emoji.
Who's the spammer in question? Thanks for the donation, James. When are you gonna debate the biochemist? Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. And when will you debate Todd Lee on saturated fat? I'm gonna be debating Todd Lee on cholesterol, not saturated fat. Is it gonna play the fucking thing?
Strongest scientific evidence that plant-based eating / veganism is the healthiest for humans?
Just the prospective cohorts that are available. Vegans are just healthier in general and live longer. So the Adventist Health Studies and Oxford Vegetarian Cohort, and then on top of that, there's like we know things that are part of the causal chain for you know, the most common causes of disease, like heart disease, cancer, diabetes. So avoidance of saturated fat and cholesterol, and a high fiber diet that's higher in fruits and vegetables. That dietary pattern is clearly beneficial for prevention of those diseases. Vegan diet fits that dietary pattern, so you're just logically gonna... Just makes logical sense that a vegan dietary pattern is gonna be ideal. Thanks for the donation, Sean Diddy Combs. Retard donate $2. What is the biochemist's name? I don't know. Can't remember. I think his name was in his email, but I can't remember. I don't really care, to be honest. The guy is just a fucking idiot. That debate is gonna be fucking AIDS. Thanks for the donation, retard. Ben Overbitch, donate $2. Did you see that Charlie Kirk debated another vegan?
How's it going, Charlie? First off, I want to say I think you played a key role in
Animals don't have souls.
getting Trump elected. Algae, so you could just take algae supplements that have B12. The video got...
Maybe we'll watch that later. Like, it's gonna be retarded. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Kid Boo, donate $2. This nigga's retard. Train like an athlete, not a bodybuilder. Athletes bench press. He seems to prefer exercises that do not build muscle strength, power, and will make you less good as an athlete. Buddy, he's full of shit. There's no way he could have that amount of muscle mass without weight training. So he's just doing social media bullshit. There's just no way. Like, unless this guy has horse genetics and he can grow muscle from doing like dumb girl bitch exercises, There's no fucking way this guy actually trains like that. He's doing squats, deadlifts, bench press. This guy's a retard. I don't know. Like, it's just grifting, dude. He's doing the Joel Seedman thing. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Hopefully Frank will soon be exit thanks to the discussion of his livelihood and his mental health problems.
We can only hope. He is already talking about suicide, so... yeah, probably sooner rather than later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How do you like your new Prime Minister? Are we done with Frank?
No, we're not quite done with Frank. We still got about another 9 minutes left in this video. It's just people are sending donations and we got a little distracted. Like, it's too early to say whether or not Carney is going to be a good prime minister. He seems like a smart, well-spoken guy. He seems to know how to deal with Trump pretty well. What I'm worried about is just two things. One, he's going to go ahead with the stupid liberal plan of banning a bunch of guns. He hasn't really talked about that much lately, so they might just abandon that idea. The only reason they ran on that platform was to get votes. So now that they've been voted in, they may just give up on that plan because it's largely unpopular, it's going to piss a lot of people off, and it's pretty much impossible to implement their plan of the gun buyback program and everything. So they might give that up. I'm hoping they do. And the other thing I'm worried about is he's just going to not fulfill his promise of lowering housing costs and building new homes. So we'll see. Thanks for the donation, James. Retard donated $2. I only asked because I was going to sleuth his socials and see if he promotes any specific horseshit studies on cholesterol-saturated fat. I don't think he's really on social media. He's just some random dipshit. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Jake Murph donated $2. I took over 5 grams of shrooms and the concept of time ceased to exist. The whole trip was terrifying. I was too fucked up to set a timer on my phone, so I only had my footsteps to gauge time passing. I had HPPD for 1 year after, and I'll never be the same. Well, that's too bad. Thanks for the donation, Jake Murph.
What game have you logged the most hours on your Steam account? If you could bring back one extinct animal of your choice, what would it be?
I'm not entirely sure. It's probably one of the Call of Duty games. Back when I had yeah, Black Ops multiplayer, 142 hours. Yeah, Modern Warfare 2, 674 hours. Yeah, back when I had the E. coli infection in my knee, I was bedridden for like 3 months. And even after that, I couldn't really go out, walk around or anything. So I was playing a ridiculous amount of Modern Warfare 2. I got 674 hours in that game. I'm pretty sure I have more hours in that game than any other game in my Steam library. I don't think there's anything else that comes close. So yeah, probably MW2. And And if I could bring back any extinct animal, probably the dodo. Thanks for the donation, though, Murph Dong.
If you had a gun to your head and had to make a choice to either shoot a dog or a human, who should you shoot and why?
Well, shoot the human. Dogs are better than people. Thanks for the donation, Sean Diddy Combs.
High fiber diet is helpful during remission, but I'm 6 years flaring. I shit out undissolved pills and it is recommended to avoid fibrous food during flares. BC weakened gut lining plus mechanical irritation, not direct cause of ulcerations, will send diet.
If you have, like, ulcerative colitis or something, then I don't know what to tell you. Just go see a dietitian. Thanks for the donation, dude. Ben Overbitch, donate $2. Here's a shortened version of that debate between Charlie Kirk and another vegan.
So a few weeks ago, you had a debate with a vegan.
All right, thanks, dude.
The video got taken down. Yeah. So I wanted to just follow up on that debate.
So Charlie Kirk has debated another vegan. If you don't know, a couple months ago, he debated a different vegan, lost, uploaded the debate, and then removed it. He even said in the debate we're about to review that he was not satisfied with this performance and he's going to be re-uploading the video with some commentary.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. So a couple things. I don't love the way that debate went, so we're actually going to repost it with some commentary, but yeah, duly noted.
Anyway, let's go through some of the claims made by Charlie in this video, because as per usual, when it comes to Charlie and veganism, he makes some pretty bizarre claims, even imply.
Kid Boo, $20, would you say this dark-skinned brother makes a valid point? He didn't link me anything. If you send me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
At some point that your blood type might determine the type of diet you should consume. And just a heads up that the video's visuals cut out at some point, so we'll be listening to audio.
If you're vegan, I just want you, I don't know how much you know about this or not, but like, if you're vegan, where do you get your CoQ10, your omega oils, your B12 from?
So CoQ10 is not essential, our bodies synthesize it. But you can get some from all of these plant foods if you want. As for B12, you can just take a B12 supplement a couple times a week, not that big of a deal. As for omega-3s, you can just have algae oil. Algae is where fish get their omega-3s, so instead of stabbing fish, you can just, go straight to the source. After the vegan addressed his points, at least about B12 and omega-3s, Charlie pivots into talking about how animals die in crop fields.
If that's what you want to do, then you have the power to do that. I have other very serious objections. I think there's a part of veganism that thinks as if you are saving animal lives, when in reality a lot of the agricultural practices displace birds and kill a lot of other animals as well. So it actually just hides the suffering. It doesn't actually eliminate the suffering.
So vegans are pretty tired of addressing over and over this whole thing about animals dying in crop fields. If Charlie has an issue with animals dying in crop fields, this is actually just an argument for veganism, because more plants are required to feed animals to get them to slaughter weight than are required to just grow plants to consume directly for human beings. Not to mention that veganism is a philosophy advocating for animal rights, like, the right to not be exploited and killed, to be viewed as commodities. Is it fine to just run people over if you... Of course not.
We also must be very clear, veganism is very expensive. The only way you can do veganism is if you have money, you have tons of attention, and you understand the vitamin deficiencies that do exist.
This is just false. Charlie is repeating his claim from his previous debate that he lost with the vegan, that, being vegan is expensive. I already responded to that claim in my response to that other debate, so I'll just vegan. And according to this modeling study coming out of the Lancet comparing the price of different diets, a vegan diet was cheaper. As for the claim that as a vegan you need to pay a lot of attention to what applies to both diets, it's already known that certain diets can benefit from special attention to certain nutrients.
And everybody's wired differently, but I would say most people, just to guess, and there are studies to support this, they would struggle on a plant-based diet for many different reasons. Number one, plants literally do attack your system, actually in a good way. Literally, as you digest fruits and veggies, they minorly attack your system.
So he says many studies support this, but cites none of them. Which studies in particular is he...
Actually helps them with digestion. It's slower to digest. They get more protein out of it. So know your blood type.
And yes, Charlie Kirk, Mr. Facts and...
On a plant-based diet easily. It depends on... I've been doing it 8 years, and I don't pay that much attention. It all depends on who you are and your...
Taking the time to formulate a nutritionally...
Food. There's carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. And so it's very hard for vegans to be able to get enough protein. Sure. It's legit.
So
none of this is interesting. Like, yeah, it's just normal dumb Carnish shit. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Kid Boo donated $2.
DC, right? If you watching this in another city, Atlanta, Houston, wherever, go to brunch. Go to a black brunch on Sunday, right? Let's do a survey. Let's play a game.
I'm weak.
Go for a whole month. Black brunch on Sunday. Who you gonna see in there the most? Black women. Love y'all, black women. I love y'all to death, but we keeping it 100 right now. Y'all ordering bottomless mimosas, chicken and waffles, the chicken wings. Not only are y'all getting bottomless mimosas, y'all ordering shots. Y'all order 4 shots an hour every 25 minutes. Y'all, y'all going to Popeyes, Church's Chicken, Chick-fil-A, Chipotle, Buffalo Wild Wings, Sonic. Y'all go on there during the week and then had the nerve to blame it on racism when you've been in a caloric surplus daily. When we can't look at, metabolism, right? We can't look at things that have been studied for years, things that ruin your metabolism, right? The caloric deficit, right? When we can't look at those things and we think that being black, now your body doesn't apply to science.
Yeah. Right.
That other races apply to, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
We're in a dangerous spot. So now our women are going to continue to get bigger. Then you got niggas in they DM still trying to smash them. So they getting the validation. So now it ain't, well, I can still get some dick though. That's what they say in my comment. That's how we in Washington.
Yeah, like that's true. It's black chicks blame obesity on racism, white women blame obesity on sexism and the patriarchy. Women will just make up any fucking excuse for being overweight other than the fact that they eat too much. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
It was a 3mm advancement, which is pretty much the complete reversal of the decompression, and possibly more, I don't know. Because the first doctor did a medial and he did a, what's the outside called? He did the outside and the inside decompression. The exterior, I don't know if it's outside is exterior. But I'm curious if, I'm guessing like 3mm might be like a full reversal of the decompression, or it might even be, like my eyes might be in a position they've never been in before though, because of all the surgery I've been through. Like I have a feeling like before the surgery, my eyes were like lower on my face. It doesn't look like they're lower on my face that much. It looks like they're also lower and to the right. So I have a feeling I'm gonna look like even more different after this surgery, but hopefully it's for the better. But this was kind of it, guys. This was like the last resort. We basically went to like the best and most skilled doctor that does these types of surgeries. Dr. Raymond Douglas, who's like a thyroid eye expert. He does like hundreds and hundreds of decompressions. So,
did you see the recent photo of Mike Isertel with his super round medicine ball belly? Bro, Mike Isertel is a fucking retard. So, dude, this guy claimed to be 10% body fat, which he wasn't. He was way over 10%. Then he fucking claimed, oh yeah, I'm getting, this liposuction and skin removal surgery because I have too much fat around my waist. Then he fucking admits that he gained a ton of fucking fat after he got the surgery. Why would you get that surgery if you're just gonna gain a bunch of fucking weight? What the fuck are you like? What are you doing? It's just like I just cannot fucking get over how unhinged and retarded this guy is. So he gets surgery to remove fucking fat, and then he decides to gain more fat. What's the point of getting the surgery if you're just going to make yourself fatter? And then there's the same guy who complained about having so much excess skin, that he needed to get removed from getting fat.
Jasmine, 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 Dasman, you Asman, Razman, Iasman, Asman, Nasman, Rasman, Iasman, Dasman, Isman, Razman, Hasman, Asman, Razman, Lasman, Isman, Yasman, Jasmine, Osman, Hasman, Nasman, Sasman, Tasman, Osman, Nasman, Isman, Jasmine, Jasmine.
All right, thank you for that 21st. Appreciate the donation. Like, this guy has no self-control whatsoever, and he's completely unhinged. If I was self-conscious about, like, loose skin or something around my waist, and I got surgery to remove it, along with some liposuction, guess what? I would fucking eat less and not gain weight after the surgery, because why would I do that? But yeah, Mike can't control his appetite, and he just, I don't know, fucks around, I guess. Dude, it's so retarded. Mike Israel is just so fucking retarded. I can't get over how retarded he is. I don't know if he's ever going to admit that he needs to, like, permanently be on high doses of GLP-1 agonists because he has no ability to control his appetite. The guy is just a complete fucking glutton.
I mean, obviously, this is like the guy I should have gone to in the first place, and he.
What happened to his stomach?
Well, that's what happens when you eat too much and don't get enough exercise. Happens to all of us. So try not to eat too much and make sure you exercise and you'll be good. Thanks for the donation, James.
He probably would have told me I didn't need any surgery, but there's nothing really that can be done beyond this. And this was already like a very, very technical and difficult procedure. Because what the first compression did was he basically blew a hole in my nasal cavity by the inside of my eye, and all the tissue collapsed into that hole, which is what caused my eyes to sink into my face. So what this guy had to do was, go in there, pull all that tissue out, and then place an implant over the hole so that the tissue doesn't go back in. As you can imagine, that seems like a really crazy and insane thing to do. It's like, imagine, I don't know what a good analogy for it is, but, you're like, drilling a hole in a wall is really easy, but then to like patch that hole and fix it and make it match the rest of the wall can be a lot more. It's maybe not crazy difficult, but it's definitely a lot more difficult than just punching out a hole. It's like that initial thing that he did was like super simple, and the amount of people that can actually fix it is very limited and complicated. But I'm glad everything went well and that everything's over with. We're just gonna have to see in a month or two how the vision is, and get an idea of what additional procedures we're gonna have to get. There's a chance, the best case scenario is that we just need the upper eyelid procedure, because my right eyelid is still way off. Like, my right eyelid is still way higher than my left, so.
So Goku Donatellers, was there anything you formally studied, such as philosophy, informal logic, etc., to become good at debating, or is it just something you've practiced over time? Because I want to be good at debating, argumentation. Any tips?
Fair enough. Still committed to going vegan by end of month and just choosing what's left at my house in terms of animal products. In the talks with docs about J-Pouch. I hope Franks has pulsating eye pain for the rest of his life.
I hope he's just not part of this mortal coil anymore. That's what I hope. But good for you, Ken. Thanks for the donation. If you want to be good at debating, the most like the best thing you can do is just practice debating and get better at it over time. But in terms of things that you should study to get better at debating, it would be formal logic, number one. You don't need to be an expert in formal logic, but it does help considerably. And just understanding both formal and informal fallacies. Those are really useful tools. But yeah, the number one thing is just practice. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
There's a chance that that's the only procedure we need. I guess that's the best case scenario. There's a possibility now, looking at things, that I don't really want to get another implant, or I might not need implants. I thought the surgery might pull the eyes out a lot, but it didn't really. So the only thing to do might just be get a better version of the infraorbital implant instead of getting implants all around. But we'll know when the swelling sets down. And then there's also a possibility we might have to get a strabismus surgery or something before like when I used to sleep and close my eyes were like pointing downwards and in, but now they're like outward, so it's like the complete opposite. So to me, that's a good sign that my eyes are definitely in a better position. I guess I could give you guys a look. Like, you could see I'm like real. It's like the opposite.
Yeah, he looks like a fucking chameleon and his eyes are pointing in different directions. Oh my god, dude.
Now, which I guess is a good thing. Like before I was cross-eyed. Now I have wandering eyes. But this should get a lot better over the next few days. And there's a good chance that my eyes will come back together and be kind of normal.
Looks like a fucking freak, dude.
Yeah, actually, the eyelids don't look too asymmetrical anymore. The swelling's kind of subsided.
Do you feel like shrooms make you more empathetic? It's one of the things I noticed on my trip. I was able to see myself as a different entity, and in turn, I saw everyone else as I did myself. Hope your depression stays at bay.
Yes. At least while I'm in the trip, I definitely notice that I'm more empathic. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade.
But we'll have to see how they look. So yeah, it's just a matter of waiting, I would say at least 5 or 6 weeks now before we can really say anything. But yeah,
just booked a flight to Tokyo for $60 after discount and free miles. That's pretty dope.
You guys an update. I'm doing good. Everything went very well. Just don't feel so good. It's not the pain. It's just like vertigo. It's really, honestly, like to me, I'd rather be in a little bit of pain than have this vertigo and nausea. It's like really strange and disorienting. It like shakes your whole brain. But yeah, my employers are doing well over there. All the businesses are still running. If you guys can be a little patient with the emails and stuff. But as I said, if you guys do want to support me, please just place an order on the businesses. I know you guys appreciate the products, and I know the services I'm offering you guys are worth more than 99% of the other businesses out there, so I'm comfortable with that. And additionally, if you guys can, share the video, share the stories and stuff. Hopefully some other people see the Give, Send, Go and the Botch Buy to Bond website stuff. But I 100% honestly didn't expect any donations, because I know that these platforms are set up just to funnel these people money, these secret society members, these people that are gang stalking me. It's the same website that Amos Miller fraudulently got 300,000 in donations when he faked his farm getting raided by the USDA, and then he got $300,000 in donations, basically stole people's money. Yet here I am sitting with my eyes gouged out, half blind, and I got $20. So and it goes to show you how crooked everything is, and you guys can see why I don't really want to do this
Fucking
anymore,
idiot.
because the whole situation is completely comical.
Wah, wah, I'm a victim. Nobody loves me. The Jews are out to get me. Just insane.
And that's why I don't like any of these donation websites. That's why initially we set up the website on botchedbytavon.com, and then I set up the separate donation on Give Send Go, just to show you guys how fraudulent these websites are, and how they don't actually care about helping people, and that people that are actually in need are not going to get any money. And there's like, they're really trying to twist things, and there's like, anytime someone makes a post.
Did you know about Bitcoin in 2010s and why didn't you invest?
I did. I didn't really understand it, and I didn't think it would ever be worth anything, and yeah. If I could time travel, I would definitely tell myself to buy as much Bitcoin as I possibly could so I could be a billionaire. Thanks for the donation, Sean Diddy Comes. Dude, it's so retarded. Frank is saying, oh, people won't give somebody money when they're in need. Well, why does he need money? He just said he spent $40,000 on surgery and he got no donations. So where did that money come from? So you didn't need the money. You were just asking for money.
Trying to help me or whatever, there's like one of these gang stalkers will make a comment and they'll all upvote it saying, oh, I deserve this, or just saying some really horrible and awful things about me to try to make people to feel like I deserved everything that happened to me, when it's really completely the opposite.
You pay for animals to be tortured and murdered, so yeah, you deserve every nasty thing that happens to you.
That's it. But I'm surprised they didn't just put me to sleep. Would have been a lot easier for everyone. I didn't think they were going to make me blind or anything, because obviously none of these doctors want like a blind lunatic outside their practice all day handing out flyers. That'd probably be the worst case scenario for them.
What a fucktard.
I guess that's it for this video, guys. Let's check if the Wi-Fi is working.
Nuka got Don Vito eyes.
Yeah, he does actually. What a fucking loser. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
TV E10 Mark II versus the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. Which one of these should you get for your vlogging camera? Let's go. They updated it, added more frame rates, resolutions, all that good stuff. It's a really good vlog camera. You know which one is going to win. Now let's start with
Nick Gurr donated $2. Let me see. Black men have lower cognitive skills than white men, NFL asserts in brain injury lawsuit. No way. So there are NFL players who are suing the NFL for brain injury? And the NFL is stating, oh no, it's not brain injury, you're just black. That's literally what they're doing? Oh my god, that's insane. Bro. How in the fuck are they going to use that as a legal defense? Holy shit. That's unhinged. Oh my god. Missouri court says it's okay to call a gay employee cocksucker and ask if he has AIDS. Gay man in Missouri said his coworkers called him a cocksucker. They asked him if he had AIDS. They harassed him for having a boyfriend, made fun of him when he and his boyfriend broke up, and he was ultimately fired. Dude, dude, fuck the US. Holy shit. I'd move if I had neighbors like that. Heil Hitler, Kanye West is uncancelable because he reached such a zenith in the culture that he couldn't be killed. I think people would like it if he died. Why? Because he's a problem for their agenda. Also, let's be honest, the hook is catchy. It's definitely not. He's just an attention whore. Thanks for the donation, Nick Gurr. To donate $2. Frank literally making a claim that he's a targeted individual. It's that psychological delusion that Scare Theater made a video about. Well, yeah, he's probably got schizophrenia. That's a very telltale sign that you have schizophrenia. Thanks for the donation, too.
If anyone knows a job I can do blindfolded, let me know. Also, the owners can't be Jewish. They will garnish my wages and hand them over to Saladino, who is financially ruining me. They must also accommodate my need for medical oxygen, which I really need.
Alright, well, we'll be on the lookout for that. Thanks for the donation, Frank Tufano. Thee Than Thou donated $2. Let me see.
Y juega. Vamos, vamos, ahora. Eso. Ya vamos. Vamos.
Ow.
Y juega.
That's adorable. I love cats. Thanks for the donation, Thee Than Thou.
What do you think of Stench Herbivore and Bobby's perspective? Also, now that you're divorced from Jas, can we talk about Thou Who Shall Not Be Named?
No. No, we can't. Hench Herbivore is a two-faced liar, and Bobby's perspective is just a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Tofu Goddess. Sean Diddy Combs, $20. Would you read Mein Kampf? Why not? I read it a long time ago, like around high school. It's just unhinged nonsense. Thanks for the donation, Sean Diddy Combs.
Not too long ago, I posted a video about targeted individuals. You should check that out first if you haven't watched it. But to sum up, targeted individuals are a community of people who believe they are constantly being harassed and gang-stalked by the government. They believe this harassment takes place through technology that makes them hear voices in their heads, along with feeling strange sensations throughout their bodies. As you would expect, the video concluded that the most likely scenario was that these people were just mentally ill. Still, however, there were some people claiming that this needs to be looked into further.
Did you see they're making a molecule similar to LSD without psychotropic properties to treat schizophrenia patients? I did not see that, no. It's interesting.
With an open mind, in order to find out if there's any truth to these people's claims. Although doubtful, I did try my best to look further into it with as much of an open mind as possible. My main intention for this video is to take a closer look into the life of a specific targeted individual to obtain a greater understanding of their point of view in hopes that other people suffering from mental illness can get the help they need. There is a particular targeted individual on the web that has created a lot of YouTube videos documenting their experiences throughout the years with this. This is the YouTube channel we'll be looking into today. For obvious reasons, I'm going to be censoring any identifying information from this person. This particular person began making YouTube videos a little less than 2 years ago. At first, it started out fairly normal, with them just posting vlogs. Less than a year into the making of their channel, they created their first video talking about targeted individuals, identifying themselves as one of them.
I'm going to be doing a segment about targeted individuals. I'm doing a segment because of myself personally being targeted by being a targeted individual.
Since then, their channel has become all about targeted individuals. This person makes a large variety of these types of videos, ranging from theories they have about how the harassment of targeted individuals works,
and they're using brain-to-brain interface, so they're sending somebody else's brainwaves into a human being's mind, and then
to their own experiences of being a targeted individual. Their personal experiences range from hearing voices in their head,
it was those who feeding voices into my head. That was probably what was likely the reason for it. I don't speak to myself out loud. I think in my head, and I get responses, and they actually comment on things I do.
Feeling as if their actions are being controlled by someone else?
They've been able to control my body. Now, I've had an experience where they were able to move me from one location to another.
And believing that they may have had a chip inserted into their body.
I had it mainly in my back. As I mentioned before, I feel like if I do have a chip in my body, it would be in my back.
Furthermore, they also believe that they are a target of gang stalking, and have several videos uploaded detailing several instances in which they believe they were being gang stalked.
This drunk guy tried to hit me in my face. Now, he didn't seem to be genuinely drunk, he seemed to be acting, pretending to be drunk. But he did actually hit me in my face, and it was after a lot of struggle with him. He was trying to hit me in my face, and I was struggling with him to try and move his hands away, but he was like doing like this all the time. But which isn't even a natural move that you would make. And this is when I was sitting on the train, and I think there was a few people also on the train who were involved in it. They smiled, some people were smiling at what happened. I also had an incident on the bus, that guy behind me kept kicking my chair, and then it was a weird incident where there were people on the bus who seemed to be like chanting. It was really weird. I wish I had my camera out, but
now, we have no idea of the accuracy of what is being said, since we're only hearing the anecdote, and not actually seeing what happened. So right here, we have what seems to be a classic targeted individual. They hear voices in their head, claim to be gang stalked, and suffer from other forms of alleged electronic harassment. As stated in my last targeted individual video, this also seems like a classic paranoid schizophrenic. Now, for the sake of keeping an open mind here, the least I can do is take a look at some of the evidence they have presented on their channel. The majority of their proof relies off a device they made by removing the antenna on a radio and replacing it with a copper wire. According to them, this should make the copper wire move around when it comes into contact with any frequencies. By doing this, they hold the device around their body.
Sean Diddy comes and tells you have to shoot one. Gay, Jew, Negro, Beaner, fat ass, tranny. I guess I'll shoot the fat ass. Thanks for the donation, Sean Diddy comes.
Some type of proof that the government is sending out frequencies to affect their brain. This isn't convincing for a few reasons. 1, we have no idea how accurate this device actually is. 2, there are radio frequencies all around us all the time, and most obviously, they're holding and moving this device around by hand. They obviously can't keep a completely steady hand, so it's only obvious the copper wire is going to be moving around simply because they're moving their hands too much. This just isn't reliable. So now let's take a look at some of the reasons of why this person might just be mentally ill instead of being a targeted individual. Not surprisingly, there's a lot more evidence on this channel that hints at mental illness than anything else. In one of their videos, they mention that they are getting their blood tested because they are experiencing heat running throughout their body, which they also claim as a symptom of psychosis.
I've been having bad experiences like heat running through my body. Now, I heard this is very common with people who have experienced symptoms that you would experience when going through psychosis. So I'm going to go and get my blood tested because I didn't know what could be caused this.
If that isn't enough, they also made a video where they said they began taking medication in 2013, and all of their symptoms went away. No more voices, no more being gang stalked, and no more electronic harassment. Then, in 2017, after stopping the medication, all their symptoms came back.
So it happened in 2013, and started taking medication to overcome some of my symptoms, and it went away. And then it came back again last year, at the start of last year. I believe it was in March 2017.
This really should undoubtedly prove that what they're experiencing is the result of a mental illness if medication was able to make it all stop. And they actually do address this. We'll get into that a little bit later. The final piece of evidence toward this being mental illness is just the person's behavior in general. It would be hard to actually demonstrate this without uncensoring their identity, but in a lot of their videos, their behavior just seems off. They'll talk very quickly, stutter and stumble on words, and also seem to be very illiterate at times. This alone doesn't prove that someone has a mental illness, but I decided to look into this further and look at some of their older videos that were posted in 2016, since that would fit the time frame of when they were on medication. Maybe this is just me being biased, but I can definitely see an improvement in their behavior in these videos. And sure enough, their very first video in 2017, the year they went off their medication, was a video mentioning targeted individuals. It should be pretty clear what's going on at this point. Now, they've actually made
and would have you believe he went from having millions through illicit means to being a feared and respected inmate, to reattaining his freedom and his wealth, this time by inspiring and motivating others to become their best self.
Because he looks at his family and he says, I won't let you down, I don't care, I'd rather die. He doesn't just say it, he gets up every day and he lives it.
That's certainly a more poetic profile than a bald, roided, woman-beating manlet with a micro who needs to scam people to make a living.
But people need to understand how much pain I've gone through.
That's a bag of trash, dude. You got 10-inch arms and dude, I'll smack your fat.
Only one of those is true, and today we'll find out which. Wesley Thomas Watson was born in 1983 in San Diego, California. But besides that, very little is known about his early life outside of what he says about it. He describes his parents as great role models for always staying together, and his father in particular is described as being a provider with a great work ethic. Despite this, Wes claims he always felt his dad didn't make enough money, which made him crave to achieve what his dad failed to, making as much money as possible by any means necessary.
I grew up lower middle class. We always had problems with bills. We were never super poor or nothing, but we just had problems making it every month. So like my goal was to not hear about money problems, so I started hustling.
I should note that this is what Wes claimed. seems. But as we'll find out, he can be quite delusional when the topic of money comes up. If this was indeed the case, this is the earliest instance of Wes's lifelong pattern of judging people exclusively on how much money they make, then immediately getting in trouble for it. Supposedly, because of his family's financial troubles, he began hustling when he was just 11 years old. And by hustling, I mean the criminal kind.
How did you make money when you were 12 years old?
Oh, selling.
At 12 years old?
Oh, yeah, always. I remember I was in the back of a car going to like Mardi Gras in downtown San Diego, and I'm like 13, and I got like a bunch of pre-bagged sacks on me, like a drop sack, like a bag full, like 20 grams of.
This is quite unusual since entry-level pushers, especially preteen ones, wouldn't be trusted to handle that much volume. It's hard not to be skeptical from the get-go when Wes is describing himself as the middle school El Chapo. What makes it even more dubious is that despite how many times he's disavowed his past lifestyle, he always sounds proud of what he used to do, borderline bragging about how much he was moving, the money he was making, or the luxury cars and properties he supposedly owned. Emphasis on supposedly. A much more believable version of his story is that Wes, a snowboarding teenager, was a pothead who didn't want to pay for his habit anymore, so he started selling it.
By the time I was 14 or 15, I was like, I need to get this for free. So obviously the natural progression was to start slinging. So then I get myself like a quarter ounce. I still remember it till this day. I had a little like clear box with each gram in it. I thought I was doing big things.
This version of the story, which he stuck to back when his content wasn't just him screaming at the top of his lungs, is a lot more realistic and actually has some evidence to back it up, since he does appear in some snowboarding video montages. Obviously, all of this is highly contradictory to his tall tales about being the 11-year-old Pablo Escobar, but you might as well get used to contradictions, as there are a whole lot more ahead of us. Part of what also points to the fact that Wes wasn't a big-time dealer like he claims is that, by his own admission, he was caught multiple times with substances, but in amounts so small that they never got him in serious trouble with the law. What did get him the sizable prison sentence that he built his entire career as an influencer off of was an incident that took place in late 2009.
Retard cries about going through a standard questioning first time back to states using global entry. Same retard fawns over terror groups and incites violence on politicians.
CBP that Tandasan were hate watchers, slop tubers are fascist propaganda.
I'm sitting there and they're asking me about Trump. They're asking me about like Hamas and he kept saying stuff. He kept saying stuff like, do you like Hamas? Like, do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a resistance group? Do you think Hamas is a terrorist group or a resistance group? Like, he just kept asking over and over again, right? And I kept repeating the same statement over and over again. I kept saying, I kept saying a couple different things. One, in terms of like Israel and all the wars, I was like, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. I want wars to end. I just kept repeating that over and over again. Every single time he asked me a question, I just kept repeating that. And every single time he asked me a question, a leading question about Hamas, I kept saying, the United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. The United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. I'm sitting there and they're asking me about...
They should have never let him back in.
Depending on how I answer those questions, like I'm fucking going to jail. Because the first stuff was just illegal for him to ask me those questions and completely...
They can ask you whatever the fuck they want.
Like completely idiotic and ridiculous, and I think they did it because they know who the fuck I am, and they wanted to put the fear of God into me, not knowing that I'm a stubborn piece of shit, and that's not going to work at all, right? The second half of the conversation was actually like, because he left, went away for like 35 minutes, came back, and then he asked like actionable items, but. One thing that I will take note of that I thought was very interesting was the fact that a lot of the shit that like the Ethan Kleins of the world have like cried about over and over again were unironically brought up in that fucking conversation. Depending on how I answer those questions, like I'm fucking going to jail. Because the first, I was shocked. Okay, not like the bleach sword, obviously, but like the Houthi. Like, did you interview a Houthi? It says here that you interviewed a Houthi. And I was like, or was he actually a Houthi? And I was like, he's not. You can look to all of the reporting that came up afterwards and before I interviewed him that he is not a Houthi, that he is a regular Yemeni citizen. And I said, like, his name is Rashid al-Haddad.
He's a Houthi terrorist.
He is not even a Shia. And the dude, luckily, again, Iraqi, went, oh, yeah, that's right. That's a Sunni last name. Al-Haddad is a Sunni last name. So he must not have been a Houthi. And the very fact that...
Yeah, he just happens to, again, commit terrorist attacks against fucking ships and vessels.
That was like a point of contention that could have fucking gotten me arrested is insane. And I genuinely, in that moment, was thinking like, These fucking dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fucking fire. And I even thought,
What a cocksucker. I hope he gets got at some point and they don't let him back in the States. Thanks for the donation, retard. Knee Guard donated $2. Pope 14th addresses all Christians. We are God's chosen people. The Jews didn't like that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Let's commit 69.4% of all crime, but claim the people who only do 26% do more because of per capita. Oh my god. Alright, well thanks for the donation, Knee Guard.
9. A man by the name of Ruben Carvajal owed about $5,000 to his plug, Noah Bloom, who had fronted him, meaning Ruben was supposedly to resell the product he bought to pay him back. Noah also owed money to his supplier, Jeffrey. So, to settle it all in one fell swoop, Ruben agreed to a deal where he'd sell them more high-quality ZA for cheap. However, when the three men met to negotiate, Jeffrey brought someone else to the sit-down, none other than Wes Watson. According to court statements, Noah had no idea what was about to happen and continued to negotiate the terms of their deal. Meanwhile, Ruben had brought a pound with him to prove that he had the supply to pay them back, although it didn't seem to be high quality like he had promised. All of a sudden, Wes butted in and asked if there was more of it. When Ruben replied, saying he'd left the rest of his supply in Los Angeles, Wes immediately attacked him. With the help of Jeffrey, Wes beat Ruben unconscious, stole the pound he'd brought with him, and proceeded to burglarize his house. This is a far cry from the level 99 mafia boss he paid.
Donate $2. Why was that terrorist supporting retard even talking to them? He should have just said this.
How about I give you the finger and you give me my phone call?
He was talking to a border official at a port of entry. I don't think it's that simple. Thanks for the donation, though, too.
Himself to be, as not only is Wes clearly acting as Jeffrey's enforcer here, but Jeffrey himself was so low on the ladder that he also had to get his hands dirty. While there were some divergences in their testimonies, everyone involved in the situation had one thing in common. They testified and named Wes as the person who initiated the assault. This meant that not only was he a low-level enforcer, but he might have actually been invited to take the fall when things went sour. Adding to this narrative is the fact that Wes himself admits to being looped out of the game due to being heavily addicted to speed and alcohol at this point, meaning he was the perfect mark for it. In his defense, Wes attempted to provide an alibi, claiming he was having dinner with a certain Mr. and Mrs. Miller, with whom he was living with at the time. This alibi was promptly rejected, as the picture he provided as evidence of this showed him with hair, when at the time of the incident he had shaved his head. Eventually, the Miller couple was contacted, and though it seems they made an attempt to support his alibi, they reported having gone to bed around 8 p.m., meaning they couldn't have known if Wes went somewhere afterwards. Though it's possible the whole living with the Miller couple thing was just something his defense came up with to try and alibi him out of the situation. Wes has a history of saying he owned multiple properties and was regularly going to clubs during the time this stuff took place. Why would he have to lie and say he was living out of some random couple's place? And additionally, are they really a random couple? Because he's on the record a bunch talking about living with his grandparents, and it's possible their last names aren't Watson if we're talking about his maternal grandparents. Of course, I'm just speculating here, but it does strike me as odd that he does not seem to have been living with these people during the time the incident went down. According to him, it took 8 months for law enforcement to catch him, and once again, he contradicts himself because 8 months later, he had already been convicted. I'll concede this may just be him misremembering, but in another video where he talks about how his arrest went down, more strange details emerge. For one, he prefaces the story by saying he was living at his girlfriend's house at that point in time, not his own. It's odd how this guy who has multiple houses is never at one of his own places. Eventually, YouTuber Jesse on Fire, whose wife, Gabrielle, knew Wes's girlfriend from this time period, gave direct context for this.
He lived with Gabrielle's friend prior to going to jail. I think it was maybe 18 months to 2 years before he went to jail. So clearly, well after he said he was driving Lamborghini doors and making 80 grand every 10 days. Okay, he didn't have money for rent. He did not pay for bills. He lived with her, and he lived with her two other friends that lived there before him, and then he had to move in with his girl because he didn't have money. And the two other girls hated him so much that they moved out. They're like, I didn't sign up to live with your dude who's totally crazy and is not contributing to bills, and so they left.
Besides that, Wes admitted to still being addicted at the time of his arrest, which he euphemizes as being on a sick one and staying up for several days. As for the actual arrest, which supposedly happened right as he left the gym, he claims that a U.S. Marshal with an AR trained on him suddenly approached him, which I'm safely assuming is more embellishment. Once he realized what was happening, Wes recalls thinking that this was something related to a probation violation, but based on the available court documents about this case, none of his charges had anything to do with probation. Beyond these questionable pieces of information, we also have the matter of how much time he actually spent in prison. While he constantly channels Phil Leotardo and takes every opportunity to brag about having done 10 years in the can, it's a matter of public record that he was sentenced to 9 years, not 10. But maybe he meant 10 years if you include the time he spent in jail, which wouldn't be included in his formal prison sentence. And maybe there's a little rounding up involved. Well, even factoring that in, his own Facebook page reveals that by June 2019, he was already free and working with multiple clients as a fitness coach and personal trainer. Now, I'm no mathematician, but I think mid-2010 to mid-2019 makes for 9 years, and that's being his generous as possible. In his video with his mom, they both talk about it taking 1.5 to 2 years until he had set up his business. And clearly, by mid-2019, he had set it up, which would place his release at early 2018 at the latest. In his video about his paperwork, a topic I'll touch back on later, he shows his file. And although I'm thankfully not familiar with this kind of documentation, it does look a lot like right at the top of his file, you can see the words Type A release date, and underneath it, a date for July 2018. If that date represents when he was slated to be released, and assuming he got arrested somewhere between November 2009, when he committed the assault, and July 2010, when he was convicted, this means that even if you count potential jail time along with his prison sentence, he was locked up for 8 years at the absolute most. Now, the point of investigating this detail isn't as if him having done 8 years is somehow insignificant compared to him doing 10 years, but it is worth considering that the very foundation of his online identity may rest on lies and deception since the very moment he began posting. But to make a long story short, he was arrested and stayed inside for the better part of a decade, during which he struggled for years to stop abusing and selling substances. When he finally managed to get those issues under control, he claims he began devoting himself to fitness almost obsessively, as a way to control the very little he still had power over while in prison. Besides his substance abuse, there was one major problem that West knew he had to get a grip on: his gooning addiction. It's worse for your health than any substance you can think of, but fortunately, we at Turkey Tom Enterprises have come up with a surefire solution: the Stop Gooning Hat. The Stop Gooning Hat is back on turkeytom.shop, the latest and greatest in anti-gooning on a very user-based right now. He learned how to diet and figured out how to exercise, despite having no actual weights, due to them being frequently taken away from the inmates. Along with learning about fitness, West began reading quote books, literally just books compiling proverbial wisdom and quotes from a variety of people. As unusual as that may sound, this is one of the claims that I find believable, given his propensity to just sporadically rattle off random quotes in his videos and expound on their meaning while relating them to his experience. It's actually quite fitting for him to be unable to read actual full books and only short excerpts. And if you think otherwise, here's West detailing one of his brilliant experiences with literature.
All I did was read the Bible cover to cover like 5 times. I really thought, this is crazy, this might piss some people off, but this is the reality of what it is. I thought the Bible was just so confusing that that's what its purpose was. To just, when you're going through hard times, to just read the most confusing thing in the world to where it just literally distracted you from all your pain.
On the other hand, some aspects of his prison experience have been chronically doubted over the years. It's not worth it to get into the details of it, but over hundreds of videos, West talks about taking part in prison riots, running hardcore yards, and putting in work, which could mean anything from carrying some drugs for the gang you're in, all the way to taking someone's life. Going back to his paperwork, we can see that he has a couple of extra charges for drug possession and taking part in a hunger strike. So while it is certain that he engaged in some extracurricular activities during his stay at the big house, you have to take his word for pretty much all the rest. Oh, and there's one other thing about his paperwork.
Nuck Figures donated $2. Be black, gang rape child, videotape it, get probation. 3 men who raped or filmed 14-year-old sentenced to probation. Yeah, that's the justice system, quote unquote. Fact that there will be billions of women who look like the left this century and only a few million who will look like the right should radicalize you beyond measure. What in the hell is he talking about? Swiftie college co-ed was executed as she slept by a career criminal who broke in, then went on shopping spree with a credit card. That's fucked. Based rideshare driver suffering from Negro exhaustion calls the Shaboon passenger a N-word when she chimps out over forgetting something at home.
I need to run back home. It should charge whatever it's gonna charge on the app if you go back.
I can circle around, but then I'll have to cancel the ride because I'm already too far away. So I can loop back around, but then you'll have to reorder it.
No, because then I'm gonna be paying the whole $13 again.
Let me know what you'd like me to do. I'm gonna drop you
Go, drop me off because that's stupid. I'm not about to pay a whole another $15, $20, $13.
Do you want me to drop you back home or not? I'm telling you what your options are.
I'll just cancel the ride.
Okay.
Thank you. Never been through this. It's that white shit. So please.
Okay. And nothing to do with race, but if you're gonna act like a nigger, then be a nigger.
I'll be one.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And get the fuck out of my car.
I will.
Nigger.
Fuck you.
I mean, she said racist shit first. If she doesn't like it, then she shouldn't do it. I don't think that guy is doing anything wrong there. He's just giving back what she's giving out. Thanks for the donation, Nuck Figures.
For work. He proudly hooped it. What's hooping, you may be asking? Well, it's when a prisoner sticks some contraband up his soft interior.
Yeah, I know, I gotta install Fightcade. I know.
Premium leather man wallets. Not only did he do it, but he also strongly recommends it as a practice.
You're gonna go strip out, you get that butthole check going. They always love that. They gotta make sure you're ready. My paperwork's hooped. Do you have to hoop your paperwork? No. Do you like to show up on point like me? You better.
I know it's low-hanging fruit to make fun of this, and everyone who's covered this guy has done it, but when a big buff white guy is shouting about how important it is to keep your files safely tucked away in your booty, how can you not find it funny? After 8 long years of hooping his paperwork and putting in work for the big homies,
and my homie sat there and dug me out.
Wes was finally released and spent the next year and a half living out of his grandma's house while putting together his coaching business. And if his Facebook posts are to be trusted, he did, at least initially, have a lot of success with his clients. To give credit where credit is due, and whether he was being truthful about personally experiencing these things or not, the first few dozen or so of his videos that he uploaded to his YouTube channel are actually quite entertaining. The combination of grisly stories about the inner workings of the prison system, with motivational quotes cautioning his viewers away from material gain and pleasure seeking as a source of validation, made for pretty effective messaging.
The second I lose that connection with my people, the second I validate myself with monetary gain, the second I'm looking at anything other for that day than to be appreciative and be grateful, my life goes to. It don't matter if I'm in that new Benz. It don't matter if I got that new pad. It don't matter if I have no more money concerns by my own admission. It don't matter.
Another staple of these early videos was Wes's delivery, which was mostly stable calm, making the moments where he did raise the intensity in his voice either impactful or extremely funny.
Prison, food. First off, the mother food.
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
Good afternoon. We begin with breaking news.
An explosion on an oil drilling platform
in the Gulf of Mexico.
On April 20th, 2010, an explosion occurred on the Deepwater Horizon oil platform.
The worst oil spill in U.S. history.
You could see that floating oil slick from space every day.
And what followed was millions of gallons of oil spilling uncontrollably into the ocean.
It is almost unthinkable, isn't it?
This is a battle we're waging against an oil spill that is assaulting our shores and our citizens.
This video tells the story of the race to stop that spill, how engineers tried to plug a hole over 5,000 feet deep underwater. And I wanted to know just how much oil was actually lost in the disaster, and try different methods to better visualize the sheer amount of loss beyond just numbers alone. This is Deepwater Horizon visualized. To visualize just how much oil was spilled, we first need some sort of measuring container. But ordinary containers won't do. So instead, we will be using the Empire State Building in New York City. Theoretically, it can hold up to 277 million gallons of oil. But to start off, our container is empty, as we look back to the evening of the disaster. On the evening of April 20th, 2010, everything still seems normal on Deepwater Horizon, with workers busy finishing up the borehole. What many may not know is that the Deepwater Horizon rig isn't actually an oil platform designed for extraction. Instead, it is a drilling rig used on new sites. Its job is to create the initial borehole and install a wellhead on the sea floor. And once that is done, it'll move on and another platform will take over for the actual extraction of oil. The well itself is finished, the natural oil and gas reservoir has been reached, and all that's left to do now is create a seal so that Deepwater Horizon can finally leave, so that a smaller, less costly rig can take its place. For this transition, it is important that the well is completely closed off, and so the crew members are carrying out a test to make sure that the well is ready to be temporarily abandoned for the transition between rigs. But all of a sudden, the crew notices a huge spike in pressure readings. This is bad because it usually indicates that oil and gas has unexpectedly entered the well. The crew then runs the same pressure test again, but it is the same result. This is especially bad news for oil giant BP, considering it costs them more than $1 million a day to operate the rig. And at this point, Deepwater Horizon is already more than 6 weeks behind schedule to move to its next location. Economic pressures that may have resulted in a culture of negligence. Despite the alarming pressure readings, the crew decides to carry on. And then, just before 10 p.m., those still awake on board of Deepwater Horizon are shocked when a geyser of mud and seawater begins gushing out of the well and showering the rig. Before anyone can grasp what is even happening, the worst-case scenario occurs. Oil and gas escapes from the wellhead and rushes up to the platform, where the gas explodes.
We're looking at new pictures from the scene. The Coast Guard says the explosion happened around 10 o'clock last night.
There's a desperate search in the Gulf of Mexico
for 11 people who were on a drilling platform when it exploded.
Of the 126 personnel initially on board of Deepwater Horizon, 115 are rescued, but 11 men are missing.
The rig is still burning out of control.
We have covered approximately 1,940 square miles of search area.
A desperate search is carried out for the missing men. But as the evening rolls over into the next day and the sun begins to rise, it isn't looking good. By day 3 of scouring the Gulf and still no sign of them, the search is called off.
Surprised only 11 people would fucking die from that. Looks like everybody would fucking be killed.
Tragically, all 11 men were presumed to be near the blast and were unable to escape in time. The fate of Deepwater Horizon is looking just as grim. Emergency responders attempt to put out the blaze, but this is made complicated by its remote location in the Gulf of Mexico, as well as oil from the well continually fueling the fire.
You cannot imagine how enormous this rig is anyway. It's the size of 2 or 3 football fields.
There is little anyone can realistically do, and any attempt to douse the enormous fire is in vain. And while creaking and groaning, the rig finally begins to tilt into the Gulf. After 2 days of burning, it only takes minutes for Deepwater Horizon to slip beneath the water's surface and sink to the bottom of the sea. The fires come to an end, and yet it doesn't mark the end of the disaster. In fact, this was still just the beginning, because deep down below, the well Deepwater Horizon had drilled is now leaking into the Gulf, starting to fill our measuring container with oil. Initially, BP reported that no oil was escaping into the sea, but this was corrected just a few days later when a new report came out that there was indeed a leak. As the extent of the spill became more apparent, BP began feeling the immense pressure to close the leak as soon as possible, and their first order of business is to send a remote-operated vehicle down to the well itself. This vehicle should provide answers and help them figure out where exactly the oil is leaking from. Every well drilled has a very large complex structure installed on the seafloor called a blowout preventer, or BOP for short. The drill pipe from the rig to the well must run through the BOP, which is a safeguard to prevent uncontrolled oil and gas from traveling up the drill pipe and to the rig. Essentially, the BOP is there to prevent exactly what happened here, a blowout. To do so, the BOP has 2 systems that can be used to close a well: pipe rams, which are heavy metal blocks that can clamp together to stop the flow, and annular preventers that close the pipe using a rubber seal. And on the day of the accident, crew members on the Deepwater Horizon platform did actually deploy both systems within the BOP in an effort to close the well. However, because these systems were activated too late, they didn't work as intended. Oil and gas had already entered the pipe above the BOP, meaning there was nothing left to stop it from reaching the rig. In theory, this also
Seriously, that Swift gets executed, but those black men who raped a 14-year-old get to live unbelievable.
Yeah, it's pretty retarded, dude. I've noticed there's many cases where sex offenders get a ridiculous degree of leniency. Even people who victimize children. It's pretty fucked. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
should have been preventable, as there was one final failsafe within the BOP that should have been engaged to close the well: the blind shear ram. Once activated, the blind shear ram uses a sharp metal blade to cut the pipe and form a seal. Crew members later reported that they tried to activate the blind shear ram after the explosions, but because they had lost power, the switch didn't work. However, this also shouldn't have mattered, as the BOP is designed with a failsafe mechanism to automatically engage the blind shear ram if it loses connection with the rig, such as in the case of a power outage. Why this didn't work is a mystery to the experts, and something the ROV will study. And once they are able to reach the BOP, a devastating sight is waiting for them. The crew sees that the blind shear ram did engage, but because the pipe had buckled, it did not cut the pipe as it should have. Rather, the ram punctured the pipe, thereby making things even worse and allowing a large volume of oil and gas to escape. Now aware of the full extent of the problem, it was time to come up with a plan. The only guaranteed way to permanently seal the well will be by drilling a completely new borehole that intersects with the existing one. That way, mud and cement can be pumped through the new entrance to seal the leak, eventually choking the flow of oil and gas completely. The crew begins drilling this relief well 12 days after the explosion, and a week later they begin drilling a second one, just in case the first should fail. But this process will take months, and every day until then, the well will still be leaking, causing massive environmental damage, and filling up our container of the Empire State Building. Therefore, experts head to the drawing board to figure out alternative solutions that could lead to a faster result. And they come up with an idea. What if they could simply cover the leak with some sort of dome? A structure like that exists, and it is called the cofferdam, a large steel and concrete structure weighing nearly 100 metric tons, a solution that has never been tried before this deep. The cofferdam is designed with an opening on the side so that it can be lifted over the broken pipe, and on the walls of the cofferdam there are 4 flaps. These are there in case the dam starts sinking into the ocean mud, to prevent it from sinking too low. If everything goes to plan, most of the oil would rush up and flow through a pipe inserted into a smaller opening at the top of the dome, and from there the oil would be directed up to a tanker ship. To turn this plan into reality, crew members are slowly getting to work lowering the cofferdam into the Gulf. But almost immediately, there's a problem. As the cofferdam descends into the colder, high-pressure depths, the gas escaping from the well reacts with the surrounding water and forms methane hydrates, essentially ice crystals that block the opening at the top of the dome. And with the opening frozen off, the oil and gas inside the dome now has nowhere to escape, and therefore the entire cofferdam becomes dangerously buoyant. Almost like a balloon, the oil fills the cofferdam and makes it rush up back towards the surface. The The crew members above are now staring down a potential disaster, because as the cofferdam begins rushing up, it is heading straight towards one of the response vessels above. Thankfully, the crew is able to get it back under control, with enough time to direct the cofferdam away from the vessel. Nonetheless, they have to abandon the dam, which eventually sinks back down to the bottom of the ocean, where it will remain abandoned.
Jeez.
With this attempt a bust, there's still no time for frustration, and the engineers immediately jump back to the drawing board. They come up with Plan C, the pipe. For this to work, they will attempt to siphon the oil and gas to a tanker, but this time without a cofferdam. Rather, they simply insert a smaller pipe into the broken well pipe. And this method actually works to a degree. The crew is able to start collecting some of the oil in a tank and flare the natural gas overboard by diverting it away from the ship and setting it ablaze. The oil flow is finally slowed down. Our measuring container is filling up slower now, but it is still steadily increasing as oil leaks out around the pipe. And so, experts move on yet again with their next idea. And they come up with their plan for the so-called junk shot. To do this, a very complex procedure is set up underwater near the well, and a new drilling vessel, the Q4000, is positioned above the leak site. Using this vessel's pipe, heavy drilling mud will be pumped into the BOP, along with lots of different junk. This includes anything from golf balls to rubber tires or knotted rope. The idea is to use the weight of the mud and junk to force the oil back down into the well, so that in a second step, cement can be poured on top in order to create a seal.
It's kind of like stopping up the toilet, plug up the blowout preventer, and then at that point, once we get it plugged up, we can actually pump heavy fluids down the well and hopefully stop it from flowing and then pump some in after that.
With fingers crossed, crewmen.
Animal Liberation, Donate Tellers, will you check out my demo? I know you're probably not into this music, but maybe give it 20-30 seconds. Sure, let me see.
I'm dreaming of the ocean sand between my toes. I hit the road again, 3,000 miles coast to coast. I'm walking away from the past. The reality is nothing lasts. So to get to where I wanna go, over green mountains I will roam. I'm leaving. All distractions will be left behind.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just not my thing. I can't say it's just not something I'd ever listen to. Here's some shit I've been listening to lately. That's some good shit. Yeah, but not my type of music. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Members start the process. Mud and junk are shot into the damaged well, and using underwater cameras, crew members monitor the situation. But yet again, nothing goes to plan, as they watch the junk get spewed right back out. The pressure from the well is simply too high, meaning any material dumped on top is simply displaced by the gushing oil. The crew attempts the junk shot several more times, but it is a futile effort. And experts warn that if they continue trying, it could lead to instability in the well, causing what's known as an underwater blowout. This would mean that oil may begin escaping not just from the well, but also from many points throughout the surrounding seafloor.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
If this
playing
happens,
game.
containment will be virtually impossible. And so they abandon the junk shot idea. And suddenly, it's back to square one yet again.
Cleanup is costing $6 million a day, and when it's all over, the price will be over $1 billion.
With the initial boreholes from Plan A still far from reaching their destination, the engineers decide to revisit the idea of a containment dome. Even though it didn't work with the original large cofferdam, this time they decide to go for a much smaller, better-fitting cap that could be installed directly onto the BOP. Rather,
Why aren't you playing new Doom game? It's already available to play now on Steam. I thought you were really hyped for it and you still haven't played Oblivion Remake. Apparently Nvidia has new driver issues, 5080 loses to 9070 XT.
Now, 84K,
you're likely going to want to enable upscaling, but for an apples-to-apples comparison, we're looking at native performance here. The RTX 5090 was reduced to just 82 FPS on average, which is certainly solid performance, but it means just 74 FPS for the 4090 and 56 FPS for the 9070 XT. So unless you have a 4090 or a 5090, you're looking at sub 60 FPS here without the aid of upscaling. Now, dropping down to the medium preset at 1080p, we find that most GPUs can deliver over 60 FPS, even the Arc B580 and old Radeon RX 6750 XT. That said, AMD's RX 7600 series kind of sucks here, with just 52 FPS on average, while the RTX 4060 was good for 64 FPS. At 1440p, the RTX
Yeah, the 50 series from NVIDIA's not that great. Well, thanks for the donation, 3. Appreciate it. I am going to play Doom. Don't worry. We are going to play it. Technically, I don't think it's fully released yet. You can play it if you got the, like, premium edition. I haven't pre-ordered or anything, but yeah, I'll probably get it tomorrow night. Yeah, it still says pre-purchase. Yeah, you can play it, you can play it now with, premium edition. I might get the premium edition because it's going to come with the DLC. Thanks for the donation, 3.
Then encasing the entire area with a large dome, they could direct the oil flow straight through this cap. But there is one issue. In order to do this, they will need to cut the damaged pipe that is still connected to the BOP.
Yeah, I'll download
Up until this point,
Fightcade eventually.
the kinks in the pipe have been helping to actually slow the rate of oil that is leaking out, and if it is cut off, the rate of oil escaping will likely increase by as much as 20%. It is an extremely risky move. If this cap doesn't work, then they will have made the situation worse for nothing, but they have to try. The decision is made to cut the damaged pipe off from the BOP. Oil starts rushing out at a faster pace than ever before, and the clock is ticking. It takes several days to situate the new smaller cap on top of the BOP. Having learned from the freezing issues with the previous cofferdam, this time warm water is pumped down to hopefully prevent the formation of ice crystals. And as engineers watch the underwater vehicles at work, everyone holds their breath. And then, with the cap in place, the oil starts to flow, and everyone sighs with relief as it actually works. The cap has created a seal and is collecting a large portion of the oil, sending it up to a collection ship on the surface. In fact, so much oil and gas are collected that several more vessels are added for storage and processing. But the work still isn't done. Even though this is the most progress experts have made in stemming the flow, they still aren't capturing all of the leak, and our container continues to fill, though at a slower rate. Throughout the next month, engineers are able to devise and install a series of better fitting caps, each one lowering the amount of oil escaping into the sea.
The story today is that they're going to literally put a new cap, a new top, that may not be the right nomenclature, on the well that's been leaking in the Gulf of Mexico for up to weeks and months or whatever.
Until finally, a tight enough cap is installed that is able to completely stop the oil from leaking for the first time in 3 months. 86 days after the initial explosion, the oil finally stops leaking into the ocean. However, tensions are still high, as there is no telling how long the temporary capping can hold for. Luckily though, it does hold for the time it is needed, and eventually the first relief well reaches its destination, intersecting with the original well. Almost immediately, heavy mud and cement are now poured into the bottom of the well, and the news is delivered to the world that the well has officially been successfully and permanently sealed, 110 days after the whole ordeal began. In the end, approximately 134 million gallons of oil were lost in the Gulf of Mexico, filling our container to about 50%. And this is the figure prominently cited across a bunch of articles. And yet, this figure is only a conservative estimate of how much oil was truly spilled. A group of independent scientists and researchers came together with their own assessment, and they measured the flow of oil as seen from videos of the leak and calculated effects from pressure, temperature, geological conditions, and many other factors. And according to their estimate, over 210 million gallons of oil were actually lost in the leak. A massive increase from the official calculation, now filling our container up to about 75%. And this is just the pure crude oil, though it is important to remember that every gallon of oil can coat huge areas of sea surface, as visible by this satellite image taken by NASA, showing the oil-covered sea in the Gulf of Mexico.
We found that the animals that lived in the nearshore environment had lower survival rates. We saw 900 plus dolphins strand or wash ashore, many of them dead.
BP has heavily contested this larger figure, claiming that it doesn't take into account the hundreds of thousands of gallons that were siphoned and collected before it could enter the Gulf's waters. Though it is also important to note that BP has a vested interest in keeping the figure as low as possible. In the end, it is impossible to know the true exact amount of how much oil was lost, but what we do know is that no matter which of the two figures you go with, Deepwater Horizon was the world's largest accidental spill to date, with irreparable damage done to the ecosystem and the loss of life of 11 men who were working on the platform when it challenged. But it's the kind of high-stakes problem only the best engineers can solve. And for my next video, I focused on a completely different kind of engineering marvel, one that happens much closer to the surface, on a racetrack. As for my upcoming video, I have animated an entire Formula 1 pit stop in order to understand how it's possible to change all 4 tires of a race car in just 2. This video was made.
Alright, well that's interesting.
I remember this fool, man. He died. Rest in peace. His name was Evil. Now this he has a 7-inch banger hanging out his ass when they strip us out. And never on somebody's dreams.
Seriously, fuck BP.
Yeah, the South Park episode about them is pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
First you strip out, you show them your butthole. So in the penitentiary, my morning program was always the same. I wake up, I go take a right away. You say you never take a day off, but do you get sick? And I'm like, no, I don't believe in getting sick. I don't even participate in that. He had Hitler on his face right here, Chucky on the other side. I mean, a swastika his whole back. He was actually, people are going to make fun of this, but he was a good motherfucker. 2 dudes in the gym right now talking about how men aren't men anymore. And they both got both of them got and they're talking about how men aren't men anymore. These motherfuckers, by definition, are crossing gender lines willingly. They only know you by your butthole in there. They see my face, and they're like, oh, who are you again? And then I just bend over, I show them the butthole. Oh, Wes Watson, how you doing, bro? What's up? Nice to meet you again. People even trip on me when I sit down to use the toilet out here, because when I sit down to piss, I sit facing the wall and pull my out the side of my shorts, and they're wondering, what the when they ask me about my Himalayan salt. Google it, homie. Google it. Google it, homie. Homie, Google it. Homie, can you Google it? Google it.
These videos quickly erupted in viewership, with many of them accumulating millions of views in a very short time, successfully ingratiating Wes with the online prison content community. He was already collaborating with other content creators in this sphere, and for about a year, things were going up exponentially for Wes. But come 2020, they started to change. As he slowly ran out of prison stories to tell, his content started shifting away from it and toward exclusively motivational material and promotion of his self-mastery coaching program, although it appears that most links for it are now broken. However, if you look hard enough, you can still find the link for his program, where you can see that he offered different tiers of direct access to his coaching. The prices ranged from $50 all the way up to the most premium ones that cost $3,000 per month and beyond. And there were options for business mentorship that further increased the price to amounts up to 25 grand. I'm leaving the prices vague and the services he provides vague because, well, he leaves them vague. There are other places in which he can be seen charging hundreds to thousands of dollars with seemingly randomized tiers in exchange for promises of custom nutrition, training programs, and weekly Zoom calls. Off of these services, he claims to make up to $200,000 daily and up to $2 million monthly. Sound like a lie? It almost certainly is. Though there's no doubt he was making a decent amount of money in the Hustlers University kind of way, he likely exaggerates it a lot because part of what he's selling to people is the promise that they can become like him. Literally, he coaches people to become coaches and tells them they can make the kind of money he claims to be making. This is like a hybrid between social engineering and a pyramid scheme. While his content was notably becoming diluted as the years went on, it only really started becoming bad in 2022. As other prison channels piled on, poking holes into Wes's prison stories and his claims that he put on all of his muscle naturally, Wes's content nosedived in quality as it went down another peg. From motivational content to downright get-rich-quick scheme tier slop, all while he showed off sports cars and mega mansions.
So they saw me get out of prison. They saw me go from my grandma's house to my first loft, to my first condo, to my first Rolls Royce. Now I have 2 mansions, 3 Rolls Royces, 3 Lamborghinis. I make close to $3 million a month.
If you're at all familiar with
Yeah, I played the Dark Pictures games. I think the best one they've made so far was House of Ashes. That one was great. That was like a perfect horror B-movie with a lot of like different hilarious like branching paths. That was an extremely entertaining game. That last one they made, with the serial killer was terrible though. Like that was bad.
With how these social media influencers like to do things, you don't even gotta wonder if it's bought or rented. It's all rented. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Also in 2022, we see another major hypocrisy rear its head. Over the past years of his content, Wes speaks almost constantly about how his greatest vice, above drugs and above material validation, is his anger, and how much he prioritized keeping it under control and not exploding on people, because in his estimation, he would instantly go back to jail for good if he failed to do so. Initially, it seems like this really mattered to him.
And I call moms. First thing you do is call moms when something bad happens. So I hit moms up, and I'm like, Mom, I'm in the shoe, some bad happened. I'm gonna be here a long time, very long time. It's rough, you know. And she goes, she just put me in tears whenever I speak about it. But she says, you've proven you can hurt people. Can you prove you can't? Because at that moment, I realized how weak I was for continually falling victim to something that caused me and my family so much pain.
But over time, it seems he settled into his ex-con tough guy persona and began letting his real self show.
I was just down the street at a very successful man's shop where I dropped my wife off to get some beauty stuff done.
Dropped your wife off with a...
Well, you don't go there, I'll you up right here if you say anything about my goddamn wife, I swear to God. So don't say nothing right there, bro. Stop right there. Stop right there, okay? And don't say anything about dropping my wife off. I dropped her off at a beauty place.
I was curious.
Okay, yeah, but you were starting to go somewhere, right?
I was just curious.
Yeah, but 100% don't go there.
That skinny little kid better watch out. Wes is so huge he could pick that kid up and hoop his entire body, no problem. In that clip, they're both talking about Wes's wife, Valerie, a tattoo artist and model he'd been with for a couple of years and married in late 2021. In a video from around the time they got married, Wes talked about having struggled with unspecified issues revolving around addiction and anger in his relationship. But it was in the context of having overcome those issues. Well, doesn't seem like those issues were really overcome, as in early to mid 2022, Valerie made a series of posts talking about her relationship with Wes, revealing that it had all fallen apart due to domestic violence situations.
Pretty much all my got tossed out. Like, I'm a dog. The first time I was actually like on a psychiatric hold, and he had already had somebody like living with him that found on the internet that's like an escort. We don't know who she is. But no, he does not follow any rules that he gives you guys, and it's to the point where it's disgusting. He's physically hurt me so many times that it's unforgivable.
After telling her followers about it, she expressed that, at least at the time, she had no interest in sharing the evidence she had of what took place, as she fully intended to press charges and deal with it through court. Now, while I wasn't able to find it due to how fickle the presence of these videos are on platforms like Instagram and TikTok, Reddit users have discussed another video in which Valerie and Wes argue over her supposedly buying too many pairs of sunglasses. Must be real expensive sunglasses to put a dent on his $2 million a month income. Eventually, one of the users replied to his thread corroborating Valerie's claims that Wes was already seeing someone else when he kicked her out of the house that she was living in with her son, whom Wes previously bragged about adopting. A little while after these allegations were made and they separated, Valerie surfaced in an interview with the channel Cinemills, where she spoke about what had happened, reiterating her claims, but with a noticeably generous tone about Wes, almost as if the reality of what had happened hadn't fully materialized, and she halfway justified his actions. Due to there being no easily available evidence backing her up at the time, and the fact that she herself admitted to attracting that kind of situation, as well as struggling with alcohol abuse during the time she was with Wes, her claims were easy to dismiss. However, I'll briefly skip ahead on the timeline here. Years after this breakup took place, their divorce proceedings were stalling, and Wes continued to occasionally mention her and her son in his videos and say that he still loved her, while suggesting that she was the problematic person in the relationship. When she got fed up with this situation, Valerie decided to once again speak out about her experience with Wes. After ranting about how much it was weighing on her, she finally shared the evidence she'd spoken about a few years prior.
Wes opens that little window so I can't even use the restroom in privacy. And he just closed it so he wouldn't be recorded. And now he's crying outside the restroom door. What the f are you doing?
Along with this video came the pictures of her bruises, including one that resulted from him kicking her in the head, a move we'll later come to find out is his forte. It shouldn't really be surprising that a convicted felon did what a convicted felon does, but still, it's jarring to actually see the aftermath of an assault of this kind. Unfortunately, all of this wasn't easily accessible in 2022, but people were already growing quite suspicious of Wes's public persona. After Valerie did the interview in August, things did stay silent for a few months, until the Wes Watson subreddit started getting more and more momentum as it picked apart the house of cards that was his life. They quickly found out the obvious. He did not own the mansion and was only renting it to make videos. But the further they looked into how he conducted his business, the more it became evident that Wes wasn't just a grifter, but instead a full-on serial scammer who didn't even bother to give his clients the bare.
I played the first Watch Dogs game. It was terrible. Didn't play any others after because they're just bad. No, didn't wish my mom a happy Mother's Day. I don't really care about stupid bullshit like Mother's Day. I didn't hang out with her though. And yeah, this is a new shirt. My mom got it for me.
Bare minimum of what he promised. By early 2023, we have one of the largest and most significant posts that tried to reveal just exactly how Wes operated his quote-unquote coaching. A Reddit user by the name of the Dutch Demon made a thread titled "How Wes Watson Almost Scammed Me at a $1,500," introducing it by saying that he'd been a fan of Wes for years and had his interest peaked when he discovered Wes offered not only a fitness program, but also a business program, which supposedly had turned many of his followers rich in a short period of time. With these great results in mind, in October 2022, Dutch decided to shoot Wes a DM, expressing interest, while admitting that he didn't have the necessary $3,000 to pay for it in full. At which point, Wes gave him a generous discount at 50%. You heard right, he cut the price by half. What a charitable man.
You fold it over so many times, it's this big. Look at it's this big. You put a glove around it 3 or 4 times, you twist it up and you shove it up your ass.
The insanity began almost instantly when Dutch, being in a different time zone, thought Wes had either forgotten about or missed their scheduled phone call. When Dutch texted Wes about it, he immediately started chewing him out and saying he was going to have to pay the other half of the amount if he ever wanted to work with Wes. Despite this overreaction, Dutch took Wes's words to heart and apologized for bothering him, which did manage to calm him down for the time being, and the two eventually scheduled the next call. The thing is, they didn't talk about making any more payments, so Dutch assumed that Wes had changed his mind about rescinding his discount. When the time for the next call came, it was rescheduled again and again and again. For the next 3 months, Dutch never managed to actually get on a call with Wes, and of course, his suspicions started to grow. When Wes finally grew tired of jerking this guy around, he suddenly remembered the $1,500 thing and decided to use it as an excuse as to why he had no obligation to ever get on a call with Dutch, and told him to just get a refund. I mean, it's pretty mean-spirited to keep leading someone on like this just to cancel on them repeatedly until you tell them to refund the money, but at least he was going to get a refund, right? Well, think again. The first thing Dutch noticed when he began to scrutinize the replies he got from Wes was that on Instagram, Wes types a certain way and expressed being very aware of why their first meeting didn't take place, saying that he got moved around. Meanwhile, Wes on Trainerize, the specific app that Wes required his course takers to use, expressed having no idea what happened and even speculated that it might have just gotten canceled. This immediately tipped Dutch off to realize that Wes had someone else running the Trainerize. But the worst is yet to come. When Dutch tried to get the refund Wes told him to get, he contacted Trainerize's support only to find out that he wasn't eligible to get any money back due to the fact that it had been 3 months since he had made the appointment. 3 months. Exactly how long Wes spent leading this guy on before telling him to get a refund. Almost as if that was a deliberate move to try to squeeze $1,500 out of this guy without moving a finger. Fortunately, when Dutch talked to his bank, he did get his refund. But it wasn't because Wes was contacted and agreed to it or anything. When Dutch's bank reached out to Wes and his team, they simply did not respond whatsoever for an entire month. For many people, this was the testimony that flipped the switch, and suddenly dozens of people came out of the woodwork to share similar stories about trying to work with Wes. Whether they still resonated with Wes's message or not, his followers slowly came to the realization that regardless of what he said in the videos, his actions told a very different story. Comments under Dutch's post remark on his online presence jumping the shark and becoming exclusively about money, as well as speculating that the testimonies from people who worked with Wes were probably astroturfing, which is when fake posts are made to trick real people into falling for a narrative. On this very thread, there were some posts that were hardcore going to bat in Wes's defense that raised suspicions. And while obviously it could just be dedicated fans of his, scammers paying for human botnets to run defense for them online is definitely not unheard of. Given the only thing keeping Wes from going broke is people seeing him as trustworthy and falling for his scam, it'd make more sense to put some money toward maintaining his image. Even people who were aware of Valerie's claims about Wes, but were initially dismissive of her, were reconsidering the things she said when they got to interact with him directly. Another recurring aspect of followers' interactions with him is the consistency with which he's just very rude to potential clients, as if they were wasting his time by asking him perfectly reasonable questions about what his program offered. Sadly, this lack of respect he demonstrated wasn't enough to stop others from going through with paying for his plan. Some expressed that they had a better experience with his fitness program as opposed to his business program. But even this wasn't a universal experience. For example, Reddit user King Andrew described directly informing Wes that he had back issues and couldn't deadlift. But when his supposedly customized training program came back, it was the default training he sent to everyone, including deadlifts, of course. As for his dieting advice, it was as blunted as his training advice, as he told every client of his to be in a severe calorie deficit regardless of whether losing weight was their objective or not. In King Andrew's case, he followed it and had his testosterone levels plummet to that of an 80-year-old man, something that a severe calorie deficit is known to cause. After following his program and not getting the results he wanted, he tried talking to Wes during one of the calls and asked him a few questions, only for Wes to ignore his questions, change the subject, and eventually flip out on him and block him, despite Andrew having paid for another month worth of his program that he never got, and no refunds either. Andrew closes his post speculating that Wes is still very much a danger to society and will eventually find his way back to prison. How prophetic. Over time, the subreddit became filled to the brim with people telling the exact same story, enjoying his early content on YouTube, sometimes even getting something out of his fitness program, then getting on his business program only to get nothing for the money. And inevitably, it always ends the same way too. They try to get Wes to make follow-ups and answer their questions, but it excludes.
I don't understand how people can operate a business this way. Like, even if you're a retarded, entitled jackass who thinks you don't need to, like, actually fulfill some sort of business obligation, people aren't going to give you money anymore if you just scam them. So even if you are a selfish asshole who doesn't care about fucking anybody over, it just makes logical sense to actually give people what they paid for.
Exclusively results in him getting mad, blocking them, and refusing to refund their money, forcing them to talk to their bank or credit card company.
I guess just dumb people do dumb shit. That's really all there is to it.
Need to get a charge back. Additionally, the users of the subreddit noticed that whenever a new expose thread went up, dozens of positive slide threads were created to crowd out the negative ones. Whenever the clearly alt accounts behind these slide threads posted to the negative threads, it was always to threaten others with lawsuits for defamation and slander. These alts didn't survive for long though, as the two main ones behind the spam to the subreddit got suspended. Eventually, even his fitness program was revealed to be a complete sham, as Wes was unable to provide any decent answers for whenever people asked him basic diet questions on call, going as far as to call the person who asked it a dumbass and telling them to uppercut themselves. Another great anecdote is when someone told him they had an elbow injury, and his response was to send a screenshot of a Google image search for elbow rehab movements. Eventually, this discussion broke out of Reddit and made its way to YouTube, where it gained even more traction, since unlike Reddit, the people talking about their experiences with Wes's program had their faces attached to it. One of the first people to break it was fellow prison and fitness channel Joey Stacks, who got a good amount of traction in late 2024.
Wes Watson is not your online coach, guys. Everybody who goes and signs up for Wes Watson's online coaching program probably has Joe Schmo really coaching him. Wes sits back and does absolutely nothing for your coaching, guys.
As more people came forward, it became clearer and clearer that behind all the con artist babble front-loading the program, Wes is really just charging 20 grand for people to get on a phone call with him. And even getting on that call isn't a sure deal. Eventually, YouTuber Spencer Cornelia, whose content is centered around covering scammers and shady con artists, dropped his own video on Wes, which actually included some recordings from people who paid for the program and actually got the phone call. I'll let you tell me if this is worth paying 20 grand for.
What's up, Wes? Just wanted to hop on here real quick and thank you for everything. I know you don't got a lot of time, but
if you're not asking a question, I'm gonna fucking kill you. If you're not asking a question, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I told you I was on motherfucking time. Are you gonna ask a question or are you just saying thank you? Because you can.
This guy spent $20,000 to talk to him. And then he's acting like this? Like, what?
Can text me that, motherfucker. I don't take it kindly. I don't give a.
At what point do I restructure the offering?
Wait till you get there. Jesus Christ, bro. Like, why are we talking about hypotheticals? You're not even close to that.
Yeah, I'm approaching a number that I feel like
You're not. You don't even have any business. Shut up.
So it was nothing has calories, you idiot. There's calories in protein. What are you talking about? Okay.
Sir, are you brain dead? Dude, don't call it fasting then. That's the deal. It's not called fasting, you idiot. I'm saying fasting. Who told you to be? Pablo, your ass, sit your ass down, dude. You guys, listen, you need to be smarter with your goddamn questions. You're wasting Wes, I know.
People spend $20,000 for this. Dude, I should, like, charge 20 grand just for somebody to, like, listen to me verbally abuse them for an hour. I should make a website. Like, do you want to get made fun of, belittled, treated like shit? $20,000 for an hour fucking, like, video call with me to call you, like, a piece of shit. I wonder if anybody would pay for that.
Oh, I know. I heard you say that before to do some research. And I was doing research, and it was just like it basically amounted to like amino acid pills. When I was 13, I literally understood the question you're asking at 13.
As damaging as these clips were on their own, another thing Spencer brought attention to was one video from another prison YouTuber, Convict's Perspective, who managed to get a hold of Wes's prison record, showing that he'd done all of his prison time outside of the state of California, meaning every single one of his stories about prison were also complete fiction. Lastly, Spencer also covered Wes's delayed response to Valerie, in which he says that she was the domestic abuser, not him, and that she allegedly tried to hurt his mom. Again, these are all allegations and not something that has been formally cleared up in court, but given we have pictures of Valerie's bruises and a video of Wes charging at her, the evidence only really points in one direction. Despite the scammer angle of Wes Watson's online persona being confirmed beyond the shadow of a doubt, people continue to be gullible enough to fall for his shtick to the tune of $30,000 and even $40,000. It would be very unfortunate if this is all the story amounted to, a con man who got away with it. But guys like Wes never get tired of pushing their luck. In early 2024, Wes incurred a curse upon his head by directly engaging with the Forbidden One.
By my pad, run into the man right here. What's up? Miami's like that. It's a movie.
Given Wes's superhuman hooping capabilities, this was like an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. Very soon after this, the Diddy curse struck, and the catalyst of Wes's downfall took place when he made the mistake of taking part in a Fresh and Fit podcast panel. When the host of the Crucible podcast, Andrew Wilson, expressed skepticism about his money-centric worldview, Wes decided to spend the next few minutes making a complete fool out of himself.
I'm just asking, do you have money?
I just said no. I'm broke. I'm a nobody.
Like, really, you are?
Yeah.
Like, how much money you got?
Probably the $5 in my pocket, not much more.
Can anyone answer for the guy?
Why do they think I'm kidding? I have a family. I take care of an entire family.
If you ain't fit, you can't say it's not all about being in good shape.
Why not? After you make X amount, hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you look at these studies done on this, it does not. It does not hugely improve a person's life.
Are you proud of who you are?
Why
look at, are you proud? If you look in the mirror, would you guys say this proud of who he is? That's a bag of trash, dude. Pull your shirt off. Tell me you're proud of yourself.
I've been in prison.
Jesus Christ!
Because
look
I've been
at
in
you,
prison.
Bro. You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have.
No, they go to prison where they get.
Never been to prison. Look
That's
at
what happens.
You don't know.
They go to prison where they
get your ass beat in front of
everybody. This thing out and then we can have different opinions.
Yeah. Anyway, back to where I was at.
Boobs.
Yeah. Okay. Prison. But anyway, if you want to follow the successful mantra of a man who tells you he's reformed from prison, understand why they might have gone there to begin with.
This on its own was bad enough for Wes, as he was clearly trying to take part in the conversation, and also clearly coming up short as far as explanations that went beyond quotes, and so he had to default to insulting this guy's appearance. But almost immediately, it gets even worse.
That a rejection of materialism is something missing in society, and I do think that true wealth is the family, and I think that true wealth is having a wife, and true wealth, that is what I think it is, and that is what I think truly success is being able to go home and look your family in the face and know that you're doing everything you can to support them. That's
then when you go to the beach with your family, they're like, "There's my stud dad right there standing there. That stud right there with his shirt off."
We disagree. We can
we can move on, but Jesus Christ, men don't have tits. We can agree on that. Physically,
men usually have hair. We can agree on that too.
He has crossed over gender barriers.
I think we can see each side had different
by choice, crossing gender barriers by growing.
Okay. Come on, man.
You fat little bro. Seriously. Like, should I just smack the dude in front of everyone just for
No.
Because he wouldn't do shit.
All right.
There's a thing about life.
No.
You shouldn't talk. You shouldn't back up. You shouldn't. It's people like this think they can talk to someone like me like that. They really think they can. He knows he wouldn't do shit about it, and that's the problem.
It's embarrassing enough to have to resort to making violent threats during an argument, but it's even more embarrassing when your threat is just, this guy thinks he can talk to me like that, right after the guy talked to him like that, and he did nothing. It's like he really got used to acting tough to his camera in his empty rented house.
Look at that
stud. Do you have children?
I do have children.
How many?
I have 2.
You have 2. So, are you saying that your Bugatti and your money and everything else is worth more than your children?
My dad's a superhero. Look what he brought to the table.
Not only did he have no response to Andrew's question about whether his cars were worth more than his kids, Wes had to resort to stretching the truth to even engage with him, since he doesn't actually have kids. He was just seeing a chick who did, although we'll get to that later. While these clips already made waves on their own as the wider public began to see what a goofball Wes truly was, they were magnified to a much broader audience when a month later, it was re-uploaded to a channel called Araco TV, where it ballooned up to 8 million views. If that wasn't bad enough, a few days later, Moist Critical made a video reacting to it, which is currently sitting at nearly 3 million views.
This is the problem in society. People like this think they can talk to someone like me like that.
You started it, goofball. Oh my God, he's getting. This is why he privated his Instagram account now. I see. Oh my, he's getting destroyed.
As Charlie repeatedly mentions during this video, this entire incident made hate comments get to a point where Wes privated his Instagram and severely decreased his upload frequency, taking a few days off to cope with the public humiliation he endured. However, he remained active on the coaching side of things, trying to rope as many people into his program as possible. But even there, people found ways to continue messing with him, and he was still not handling it well.
Is Diddy with you? Is Diddy there with you?
Weirdo. Another one weirdos. Got you done with you, dude.
Oh, you Wes. You can actually hear the moment where Wes realized what he said here and is taken aback. Almost like for a moment, he knew he had genuinely screwed up. Due to how horribly this entire situation was going for him, he decided, like all of these types of dudes eventually do, to play the victim. In late 2024, he posted a video claiming that these were AI recordings and that people were attempting to extort him on Instagram. I'm no expert, but that didn't sound like AI. Whatever the case is, it's the least of his offenses. Sure, there's a lot of entertainment to be had seeing Wes embarrass himself by getting tangled up in these petty dramas, like when he got in a fight with a random gardener because his leaf blower was too loud for Wes's liking.
They still haven't made leaf blowers that don't make the crazy. How the f- is that possible? How is it possible that in 2024 they have electric cars that go thousands of miles? They drive across the country on a battery and they're faster than some gas-powered cars. But we still have we don't have electric leaf blowers. Shut up. Watch, here you go. Hey! Get out of the back car. I'm trying to do something.
However, it seems like the really dark aspect of Wes comes from his behavior with women. A long time after he'd broken up with Valerie, he proudly announced that he was now dating the Instagram famous girl, Morgan Brittany. For those of you who are understandably out of the loop, this is her.
Wrong. No, you shut the up. You shut the up and you film me. I'm Instagram famous, you bum.
As she shared his trait of being a hostile nuance to bystanders, Morgan and Wes were a match made in, well, not quite heaven, but you get the point. Almost immediately after they got together, she got a tattoo of his name right above her eyebrow. Surprising no one, she immediately regretted this decision as they broke up soon after in the messiest way possible. She instantly took to her Instagram stories to suggest he was still in the habit of hooping things, claimed he verbally abused her, pressured her to post with him to make him look
These people are unfucking hinged.
more normal, and regularly abused steroids, showing pictures of how he looked when he was fresh out of prison and natural to prove it. Among other claims she made in her stories, she also showed a video of Wes driving while recording himself and looking at his phone with a newborn baby in the backseat. She also added that Wes frequently made racist remarks about everyone, including her, saying he yells the N-word for breakfast, and calling her a Nigerian for touching his car window. Most damningly is that Morgan, like Valerie, alleged he committed acts of domestic violence. While she didn't provide any evidence of this, all of these stories were enough to get Wes to go private again and send her a cease and desist, accusing her of cyber harassing him. So much for the prison-hardened felon image. Despite his many attempts to either silence or recontextualize these claims from every woman who had been with him, they only gained strength over time. And his next girl would be no different, although she's not exactly just the next girl. You see, when Valerie and Wes were breaking up, it wasn't a secret that he immediately got with another woman named Angie, and given that Morgan also refers to a certain Angie as his ex he's going back to, this is most likely the same woman. Having established that she keeps going back to him, and knowing the fact that she has multiple kids, the video I'm about to show highlights just why all of this is very concerning, to say the least.
Oh. Are you filming?
I'm gonna film you now then.
Why?
Get away from me. Go get out of the room.
This video, which seems very much to show an instance of domestic abuse from Wes against Angie, was released in late 2024, and just a little while later, Angie had apparently broken up with him yet again.
When I first left Wes, he took the gifts back, he took all those things, right?
All those personal gifts.
Yeah, personal gifts, clothes, shoes, jewelry, all that stuff. He would create so much discord during the day of, you're not doing enough, I need this, I need that, you're incapable, you can't do this, just a whole bunch of bashing all day long. And I'm in the room putting the baby to sleep, and then he writes this beautiful, heartfelt message about how much he loves me and how all these great things about the girls and I and all these things and whatever. And it was so beautiful to read it, but it didn't feel
Good news, VG.
Let me see, Dodo.
Going to give a lot of credit here to Donald Trump. And if you're on the left and you're like, oh, he brought home a hostage and cut out Israel, but he's Trump. Boo! I don't want to give him credit. What do you need? What do you like? So did you not want to? I don't know what you want, but I'm a fair person and an honest person.
Idan Alexander, an American citizen who, until recently, most thought was no longer living, thought was dead, is going to be released in about 2 hours, actually. And he's going to be released before the eyes of Steve Witkoff, who has done a fantastic job.
As you just heard, President Donald Trump announced today that a dual American citizen who also the individual freed is Eden Alexander, the last known American hostage in Gaza. And
Well, that's good. That is some good news. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, dude, there's so much to say about this. So, look, everyone knows Wes Watson is a liar, is on steroids, is a convicted felon, is violent. He admits to this himself. He's made all these stories and talks about hitting and beating people all the time. So when these women end up complaining about, oh my god, he hit me, it's just like, it's what they wanted. Like, no one's willing to acknowledge that. They wanted to date a violent felon with all these tattoos who acts tough because it's just what they're attracted to. And then when it doesn't work out for them and they do actually get abused, like they know they're going to, you know, they act like, oh my God, he did this to me. It's like, that's exactly what you asked for. And
speaking of the Young Turks,
let me
The
see.
conditions in Gaza is getting more catastrophic than before. We are now seeing children are starving.
אני כן יריב עזתים, כן וכן, זה החובה שלנו. החובה שלנו להגלות את העזתים.
אתה חבר כנסת בפרלמנט הישראלי אומר, אני כן מעוניין להרעיב עזתים, אז אם אתה מבין את ההשלכות של האמירה הזאת.
אני מסביר לך, הן פשוטות. אני מעוניין להרעיב את העזתים, לעשות מצור על מלא מלא.
That man that you just heard say that Gazans need to be.
Is this a misquote? So I really, like, especially coming from the Young Turks, I can't trust anything they say. Like, when you're listening to foreign news that isn't in English, it's being translated, and it's a small clip that's only a few seconds long. I don't know if they're literally saying, I want them to all starve to death, or if he's saying, look, we told them to leave. If they're not willing to leave, then yeah, starve. Like, we're not going to support aid when they're inhibiting some sort of military objective. So we're providing aid to the people who are leaving and are being relocated, but the people who aren't willing to relocate, yeah, starve. We've given you the option. We're not going to play this game where, oh yeah, we'll let citizens or civilians like be in an area where we need to complete military objectives and then still provide them food and everything, even though they're getting in our way. Like, I don't know if that's what he meant. Like, I'm not interested in watching this nonsense when it's, like, clearly being taken out of context. And I love how they're saying, oh, the children are starving. This looks like a normal fucking kid. Like, okay, where are all the starving children? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo Donateller is good. Now those Nazis can't procreate. Yeah, well. What's funny is the population in Gaza has actually increased since the war, so they're clearly not starving that badly. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, and they're also talking about how Wes Watson love bombs them. These women just want a ton of attention. So they're attracted to violent men who are dangerous, have a criminal history, and they want, like, tons of attention, and that's exactly what Wes Watson's giving them. He has a criminal history, obviously violent, and he love bombs them. So they're getting into relationships that they want, and then they complain when those relationships, knowing what's going to happen going into it, it doesn't work out. Like, it's just stupid.
Real at all in any which way. No, like on Instagram. Is oh,
he's doing this for the world.
Yeah, for the world. You know, this. I'm reading this and I was like, wow, this is so beautiful and so heartfelt. But I was like, that's not the same person.
That's not the guy in the other bedroom.
The description of him taking all of the gifts he gave back is once again consistent with how he's been described by other women he's been with. What's even more iconic is that she eventually repeated what Andrew Wilson told him on the Fresh and Fit podcast, almost word for word.
Yeah.
Because when you have a family unit, it kind of grounds you and brings you back to reality, and you realize what's truly important in this world. It's not just the Bugattis and the mansions and any of those things. It's truly like, you know, honoring and taking care of kids.
Later on, the same source that divulged the video of Wes allegedly hurting Angie made a post showing a woman who looks conspicuously like another girlfriend of his, Gabby, on an escort website. While it's borderline impossible to document the timeline of when Wes switches between women, it probably coincides with when he screams at enough people over phone calls to be able to.
Haven't you ever been young and in love and made mistakes? Yeah, I was attracted to the bad boy image, Skull Grim Reaper tattoo. Yeah, he looked like trouble. I dunno, maybe it was his smile or the I love to beat women heart-shaped tat, but I love him lol.
I mean, I obviously don't agree with spousal abuse, like there's never any excuse for it. Men shouldn't hit women when women shouldn't hit men, you know, like that sort of thing. But women have to take accountability for some of their relationship choices. I mean, you're dating Wes Watson. This not only is this guy like openly admitting to being a criminal drug dealer, beats people, you know, stuff like that, but the guy's social media presence, like, you know everything about him. He talks about all of this. There's no possible way to meet this guy and then get blindsided by who he actually is. All of this is in the open. So it's not like he's some random dude you met on the street and then, oh, he was so nice and we went on so many dates and he was like such a nice, great guy. And then when you moved in with him, suddenly he started beating you. Like, that's not what happened. You knew everything about him going into it. And then he acted exactly the way he portrays online. So these women are looking for these relationships. They're looking for dudes who are criminals, violent, and will love bomb them. And then they complain when those relationships don't really work out. Men do this too, by the way. There's a difference between what you're attracted to and what you, like, logically prefer. Like, everyone would logically prefer to be treated well. But that doesn't mean you're attracted to being treated well. There are women who are genuinely attracted and aroused when men treat them like shit, basically, and get violent and aggressive. Just is the fucking case. And, like, those women just have, like, this series of relationships that maybe last for a few years at a time, where they just go through the cycle of being abused, then you make up and they start love bombing you, then you're abused again, then they love bomb you, then they abuse you, then they love bomb you, and then eventually they can't take it anymore, then they move on to the next relationship that's exactly the fucking same. So, and again, men do this too. Like, you can see the red pill community, like, they all try to date these chicks who are like sex workers, OnlyFans models, you know, basically prostitutes, whores. And then they complain about how these women are so vapid, they're not intelligent, they're very money hungry, they're manipulative. Like, again, logically, you don't want a woman like that who's manipulative, vapid, just wants your money, but then, like, but it's just what you're attracted to, and these guys fall into the same trap. So, I mean, like, I have sympathy for some of these problems, but when you're deliberately making these choices to date these people, it's like, again, nobody gives men any fucking sympathy when they date an OnlyFans model or some shit, or some escort. And then she acts like some, like, crazy, manipulative bitch, tries to take your money, you know, shit like that, so. Like, somebody has to tell these women, like, bro, you made the choice to date these people. Like, yeah, if Wes is beating his girlfriends, he should certainly be put in jail for it. Like, a crime is a crime, but somebody has to tell these women, like, you gotta make better choices
to afford their services. During Angie's last breakup with Wes, she sent this Instagram audio message, once again echoing an issue that both Morgan and Valerie described Wes having.
He's mentally disturbed. He literally called me and was just saying, oh, you can vent to me, and oh, calling me a bitch, and my kids are.
This audio apparently came on the heels of Wes directing one of his verbal abuse tirades at one of her kids, which explains why she'd break up with him again. Honestly, it's hard to tell how many women Wes has run into this exact same pattern of behavior with, but one is already too many, let alone 4. And the fact that there were kids involved in 2 of those instances is just dark. Right now, I'll pivot away from Wes's run-ins with Angie, but if at any point you see them together again as I go over the rest of the story, just know that these two are constantly on and off with no rhyme or reason to it. Going back to Wes's online antics now, he made absolutely no effort to hide the facts that he thought it was reasonable to assault people who did not initiate an altercation. If you're at all tuned into fitness content on YouTube, then you probably heard about the situation between Mike Van Wyck and Jeff Nippard that took place in late 2024.
Yeah, stupid. I never said someone beating you is the same thing as giving somebody money without you really wanting to. Like, when did I ever... Go fuck yourself. I'm so sick of There, you're fucking muted for 24 hours. Learn to fucking listen to what people say, dipshit.
To summarize it for you, Jeff Nippard is a science-based lifter whose content is largely centered around using studies to optimize training as a natural bodybuilder. On the other hand, Mike Van Wyck is not a big fan of science-based lifting, to put it mildly. Jeff responded to one of his videos online. The two eventually went to the same gym, and when Jeff went to interact with him, Mike hit him in the throat twice. CCTV footage clearly showed that while Jeff was the one who approached Mike, he clearly did nothing threatening or physical to warrant that response. But does context really matter when you're
ripped, rich, rare? Ripped, rich, and rare. Ripped, rich, rare? You ain't gonna have the first two if you ain't the third. And if you think
Wes thought he should weigh in and give his 2 cents, despite knowing absolutely nothing about what happened or why, resulting in this abomination of a take.
So you guys, there's a video online going around of some monster-ass fool pushing some keyboard warrior princess little punk by his neck. I guess the guy heckles the big guy online or something. You p***s are in the comments going, he should press charges. No, he should get pushed by the neck and then get his head stepped on, and everybody else should say, good, don't.
Dude, that fucking triggers the ever-living fuck out of me. Like, I just say something very simple. Like, people have dating preferences, and then they have what they're actually attracted to. And there's some women who like are attracted to violent men. There's some men that are attracted to like vapid, selfish women, but it's not necessarily their dating preference. And then they turn that into, oh, I think beating women is the same thing as a woman being manipulative to their partner. They're equivalent. Like, how the fuck do you do that? That just irritates the fuck out of me. And then there's fucking shitheads that do that, who then spread rumors about me online. Vegan Gain says it's okay to beat women because women try to take money from their partners. Like, I fucking hate it. Just irritates the ever-living fuck out of me.
talk to a monster if you're a little peon.
There was a time when this guy at least put some effort into pretending he wasn't a complete violent meathead felon who identified with every other violent meathead felon. But that time was long gone. What's funny is if you look into Mike Van Wyck's history further, you'll find out that while he was pretty comfortable jabbing Jeff Nippard in the throat, he didn't even come close to doing such a thing when Joey Stacks was up in his face. The same Joey Stacks who I mentioned earlier. Unfortunately, this is just how criminals act. They see windows of opportunity to pick on people, and if they feel they'll get away with it, they will take that opportunity. Anything beyond that is just a rationalization. It's telling that he has to bring up his not 10 years spent in prison to make a point about the incident.
I was in the penitentiary for 10 years watching people get their heads sawed off, watching motherfuckers get splatted. You can't even just normally fight in most places.
If he likes the way prison works so much, he can just go back to hooping his paperwork any day. Although he'll probably beg to be sent to an out-of-state prison again if he does, due to all the negative attention he attracted for lying about having gone to California prisons. John Bravo, who was already covering the situation regarding Jeff Nippard, started giving some attention to Wes after he weighed in. And this is a good time to mention that the majority of the following events were documented and researched by John, who has relentlessly documented Wes ever since with great success. Unsurprisingly, Wes wasn't able to handle the scrutiny and privated his Instagram account. In keeping with his incessant desire to go back behind bars, he personally messaged John Bravo to invite him to go fight him at his gym, only to block him immediately before John could even respond. Later on, it became clear that this was a pattern for Wes, who had already gotten into an altercation with a personal trainer in that gym in the past, and continued to try and fight people there in the future. Interestingly enough, this is what the personal trainer had to say about his altercation with Wes.
He disrespected my client in the middle of the gym, so we had words, and as a man, I challenged him to go outside and settle it, and he refused. Other words were exchanged, some derogatory comments. I was then called into management, and AKA Wes Watson is a snitch, and went to the management and cried about it. Then after that, I was told that I was no longer allowed to be at my place of business.
It didn't take long for the crew of miscreants that Wes surrounded himself with to start targeting John as well, threatening to put him in the hospital and the whole nine.
Don't press charges when you get up or whatever it is, you know. Don't press charges on me when you gotta go to the hospital and you got them bills to pay because you chose to mouth off and get them up with me. Don't press charges. That's the only thing I gotta say. But when you take the L, which I know you will, whoever haters want to step up, don't press charges. That's the biggest thing.
I like how it's a mantra for these guys to beg for people not to press charges on them. It's like they can't accept that in the real world, assaulting people for being mean to you is a crime. Honestly, there should be some way for this kind of institutionalized loony to opt into going back to prison, because they clearly miss it.
I did 20 years.
Another piece of evidence pointing to this is that, corroborating what Morgan alluded to, when John spoke to Valerie, she claimed Wes had her help him do some hooping, which earned him the nickname Peg Watson. You can take a Yakubian brother out of prison, but you'll have to pry the paperwork out of his cold, dead prison pocket.
It won't detect a phone that you've hooped, you know?
In late November 2024, Charlie dropped yet another video on Wes that got well over 2 million views. And like clockwork, Wes continued to post Instagram stories talking about how little being gadooshed affected him, only to shut down his Instagram, filter his YouTube comments, and stay mostly radio silent in response. For all of the talk about how the only people who hated him were nerds who were jealous of what a jacked stud he was, his following had now shrunk down to a small patch of sycophants, while pretty much anyone with a pulse realized how much of a joke he and his content had become.
No, I didn't do the debate today. I fell asleep and missed it. We're doing the debate tomorrow at 3.
Literally millions of people tuning in exclusively to see him make a fool of himself. Yet, in his little world, he was being persecuted by a small group of Reddit gamers.
Find me one of these gamers. Just find me one where their gaming avatar looks anything like this. I bet their gaming avatar looks more like a superhero.
The man's ability to read the room went the way of his hairline. Long gone. Never to be seen ever again. Now, if we were talking about literally anyone else, right now would be an organic stopping point, as Wes had locked himself into this cycle of publicly humiliating himself until his inevitable bankruptcy due to his scam not bringing in enough to afford his rent. However, we're not talking about anyone else. We're talking about career criminal Wes Watson. Before the year could end, news came out that after repeatedly doxing the gym he goes to and inviting people to fight him there every single day, his wishes finally came true. On Christmas, the actual day the Lord was born, Wes was posting online about how much he didn't care about what people said about him.
A lot of you guys are positive, normal people, so you'd never go on a website like Reddit. Only the weirdest of the weird people who watch weird-ass types of go on Reddit. They're a bunch of the lowest weirdos ever.
Only a man of his 5'8" stature could find himself talking about Reddit on Christmas Day. By the way, if he's never on it, how does he know it's full of freaky stuff? Can we expect a Wes Watson Thug Hunters collab coming soon? Can't wait for him to do a squat program with these guys. Now, during his stories, he went on this rant.
These are a bunch of weirdos who put wigs on men and makeup on men and post it and don't think they're weird.
I'm surprised I haven't brought this up yet, but what Wes is talking about here is one troll of his who goes by the extremely fitting name of Trans Wes Watson. By simply putting lipstick and wig filters on Wes's videos and pictures, they secured real estate in Wes Watson's.
We know what you mean. I went through a phase where I was attracted to vapid self-centered hot chicks until I got with one and found out they weren't the best partners. Some people in chat just lack comprehension skills and need to read a book. You good G.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it. And thanks for, not being retarded and you can understand basic human words.
Mind. They actually own it too, not just rent it like Wes does. And yes, I am referring to them as they because I respect Trans Wes Watson's pronouns, and so should you. The whole context of the clips I've just played is that people began leaving reviews on the gym Wes went to, notifying him that he'd been inviting people to fight there. Obviously, this did nothing to stop Wes from continuing to do it, and a couple of days later, someone actually showed up. As far as I know, the first person to talk about this incident publicly was Wes himself.
Somebody pulled up and it didn't go the way they wanted it to go. You'll probably see the details later, but cops are still here. They're figuring out what the situation is and go from there. It was self-defense, clear as day. I was sitting down on a bench. Dude came up. He's about 7 foot, just wanted to start a fight.
The reason why Wes had to rush and give a statement about this, obviously, is because he wanted to get a grip on the narrative early on. Fortunately, people trusted him so little that they immediately got to investigating what truly happened. And one of the first people to do so, the aforementioned John Bravo, was told by other gym goers that the person Wes fought was special needs. While no one knew any better, Wes continued to spam lies about what went down, saying it was a fair one-on-one and he only fought in self-defense.
I don't condone violence. Why do you think every time someone talked and filmed me, I just was the bigger man, the guy's just talking, he don't know what he's gonna get, just let him talk. But then the second somebody put their hands on me, it was a wrap, okay? I don't condone it. I'll walk away.
Eventually, John obtained the full footage. While I can't show all of it here due to it being extremely graphic, this guy, who is not a 7-foot-tall monster gangster, by the way, approached Wes and started talking to him, which was later revealed to be an invitation for just the two of them to go outside and fight, as Wes had spoken about on his Instagram.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Yep. Netanyahu hates the West. He has far removed himself from any kind of Western identity, having ensonked himself in his Middle Eastern enclave for decades, celebrates Western death so long as it's boomed to his projects in the desert. Netanyahu says Israel benefited from 9/11, it's sure to provide fodder, I mean, that's just a descriptive statement. It's not a statement of whether or not 9/11 was a good thing. No, Alex Jones, you're on coke. More clickbait junk from King of Clickbait. Yep. It's literally a napkin. Yep. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Out of it, Wes refused to step out of the gym and immediately struck the guy with his weight belt. At this point, the guy backs up and doesn't escalate, only for Wes's buddies to jump in and hold the guy down while threatening to hit him with a dumbbell, allowing Wes to pull on the guy's hair, stick his fingers in his eye, and punch him over 50 times in the head. During the scuffle, Wes and his buddies delivered 4 or 5 soccer kicks to the guy's head and cut a strand of his hair off. This cowardly incident instantly ballooned to extreme notoriety, as Charlie once again brought it to the attention of his audience. And no matter how much Wes lied about it, he was clearly the aggressor in the situation. The guy only showed up after Wes explicitly invited him to fight him outside of the gym 1v1. The guy never struck Wes, and the closest thing to aggression he got to was supposed supposedly lunging at him. But in the video, it looks like what actually happened was that one of Wes's buddies struck him on the back with a dumbbell and caused him to fall, not lunge toward Wes. Eventually, John Bravo also got the body cam footage from the cops who went to the gym that day, and Wes, being the former Oklahoma prison inmate who was released early on good behavior, acted accordingly and showed his COs his brown balloon knot so they'd recognize him.
He told me that's right, and I said I don't want him. He pushed me. Okay, so what did the other people, the other two guys have to do? They said stop. Like, we don't want to fight. We don't want a problem. I'm famous. I don't want to fight anybody. I don't. But when they antagonize you, someone kept telling me, Brick. I want to fight. You got to then do it. You get sick of it, you know? I'm famous. I get 90 million messages a day of people saying the same thing. I'm just saying I don't have the messages because they harass me and I block them right away.
I'd imagine that a hardened convict would, I don't know, stay silent when the cops come talking to him.
You don't ever admit the existence of this thing. Ever. You should have stood trial like a man.
Not only does he sing like a bird, he has this zesty gym guy come over and advocate for him. If you can believe it, the gym rep actually tried to get the cops to get rid of evidence.
So, very good. I just want you to know because I got told why? Hear me out, bro. Hear me out. I cannot, all I can do, I can't take it home and be like, no, erase that, right? It is what it is. No, sir. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not getting involved in that.
Despite Wes doing his best to keep the police from seeing the messages, the guy he beat up provided them, along with video of the incident.
No, I don't ever fart in my hand and smell it.
Being the genius that Wes is, he actually further incriminated himself while talking to the cops.
Yeah, next time I'm gonna kill him, motherfucker. Straight up, because I'm sick of this. Like me defending myself, even have to f***ing sit here right now.
Poor guy. Wes was clearly just trying to train for a soccer championship when his victim fell with his head in front of his foot. It happens to the best of us. As the police officers grew increasingly skeptical of his story, due to the fact they knew he kicked the guy in the head after he was down, he began losing his mind at them.
There is always a threat if he's moving. He could pull out a gun. Admit it. Quit lying. You don't know if a guy's getting up if he has a weapon. I do have a point, so quit trying to make yours.
You gotta love how he's accusing them of lying. It's hard to believe how real projection is until you see just how much it's the default behavior of a compulsive liar like Wes. Now, after the incident went down, Wes was still free for a few weeks, during which he got into it with another random person who wasn't even really insulting him at a CVS.
I'm the wrong dude too, bro. Who are you? I ain't that dude. You know how fast I could take you down? I don't look like that dude, but I am that dude. Let me show you something. Well, why you gotta be rude? I'm saying nice car, you gotta act like I'm nobody. Who are you? Okay, Mr. Tough Guy, calm down. I'm just saying nice car. Yeah, you too, bro.
I honestly can't believe it. This remake might even be better than the original.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
That's what real ballers get up to, fighting people at the local CVS. Finally, after weeks of business as usual, the consequences of his actions finally came knocking. As on the 6th of February, 2025, Wes found himself in a familiar position, in the back of a cop car, getting booked. The body cam footage was procured and released by John Bravo, and once again, Wes couldn't go 5 seconds without yapping during his arrest.
That dude came and assaulted me. You saw the video, right? Come on, dog. I was protecting myself. You don't have to handcuff me. I'm going willingly. I'm solid, bro. I know, but we still got we got something that we got to do. You're being the same for now. Let's not put it on camera.
I think that somewhere in the midst of narcissistic delusion Wes lives in, he actually thought he could talk himself out of the situation, Better Call Saul style. That wasn't the case here, and what's even funnier is that while he's getting cuffed, he tells the escort he was seeing at the time to call his mom. Meanwhile, she shows absolutely no...
Death of a Rabbit, Noni Tellers, hope this cheers you up, Richie. BBG.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
Fucking Mike O'Hearn. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, wow. I love flying squirrels. Dude, squirrels are just fucking amazing. Oh my god, look at them. Oh, they're gliding. Oh my god, what sweet animals. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh, is that a Hyrax? Oh, he's a little potato. Oh my god, he's eating a snack. Oh, that's a good snack. Oh my goodness. I wish I could feed some Hyraxes. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Oh, the irony.
Let me see. Hitler hated Slavs, but one day the Russian will be bled dry, one day this pig will be stabbed, one day he will also lose his humanity, and then as always, Slavs will collapse. One only needs to keep one nerve over the subhuman. Heinrich Himmler, yeah. I don't know why people don't realize that Nazis were German supremacists, not white supremacists. Yep, it's happening. Pakistan is a den of terrorists. Break off all relations with the Islamic terror state. Say this not because I'm a fan of India, but because Pakistan is immeasurably more dangerous than India when it comes to the terrorist ideology coming out of the stinkhole. Yep. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of inbreeding in Islam. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Concern for him and just wants the keys so she can get in the house and get her dog. Despite knowing they have access to all the footage and the text messages, Wes once again decides to lie to the cops and tell them that the guy he beat up slapped him on the head and initiated the fight. If it weren't such insane drivel, I'd play through the arrest footage because it contains straight minutes of Wes yapping nonstop. When he arrives at the station to get processed, he realizes what's about to happen. They're going to measure his height. You see, among the many lies Wes tells about himself, one of them is that he is 6 feet tall. In an Instagram story, when his height is brought up, he avidly denies it while wearing conspicuously thick-soled shoes. During his arrest, however, this is what he tells the cops.
No one can check my height. They take a picture of it, so they're saying I'm 5'4". Online, they just be joking. They're like, you're 5'4". You know? Oh, all the trolls.
While I'm sure someone has said he's 5'3" before to piss him off, and probably succeeded at it, the real claim was that he was 5'8". And what do you know? When his arrest information went up online, he was listed at precisely 5'8". That means this guy is actually walking around in public with 4-inch lifts to pretend he's taller. 4 inches is the kind of height you'd expect to see on a woman's heel, which once again brings us back to the prophecy of trans Wes Watson coming to reality. His arrest information also reveals that he's being charged with felony battery, which, given he's done a few years in prison already, is probably not going to end well for him. A day after his arrest, his bond hearing took place, and during it, the judge gave Wes a Sigma check to ensure he was mewing.
If he comes to your gym, call the police. Don't engage, because if you get arrested for anything else, you'll be locked up in jail until your trial.
Okay, I just want to, just real quick. Mr. Watson, please don't make any statements.
The people who organized this bond hearing somehow missed the fact that he had a prior. Interesting how he didn't butt in to remind them he did 10 years in the can without a peep.
20 years inside. People.
8 years in the can, I wanted to hoop my paperwork. I compromised. I paid for an escort to peg me. Because of this, his bond was set at $5 grand total, meaning all he had to do was take back a few of the gifts he gave to his escort and pawn them in order to be a free man once again. But given that his boy Diddy was just sent to the slammer a few months prior to this, I think Wes was looking forward to the freak off in the prison cell. All jokes aside, the way Wes's escort girl behaved during his arrest was not a coincidence, as she immediately broke up with him and moved on when he went to jail, which he later claimed was due to her getting his phone and finding out he was cheating on her. Once again, John Bravo looked into it and discovered that not only did her escort ad go back up right away, but one of the things she lists as her abilities is, wouldn't you know it, the same exact thing that Wes had always been accused.
It's weird. Why are they all into pegging? Like Jason Blaha also likes getting pegged? What the fuck?
Of having his women do. Gadooshing him. You know what I mean.
I like it. Ow.
It was no big deal though, as Wes has a laundry list of women who are more than willing to help him hoop some paperwork. So soon after, he got back together with Angie, whom he talked down to while recording it to show how much of a man he is.
And greet me when I come in the goddamn house or when I'm around to make sure that she shows she's attracted to me. And she doesn't really do it. And that's a problem we have. What do you want me to do that I don't do?
To me, just aware that I'm a mom and the baby is like...
That's no excuse. I need to be addressed. That's it. I don't need 15 minutes. I don't need 30 minutes. I need to be addressed in a certain way often. And people are like, why? So that I don't have to get it from other because I'm going to get attention from women, and that's what I'm going to do. So either you're going to give it to me or someone else is. So see, the point is make sure you give your man attention.
As much of an absolute goof as this guy is, it's sad that there are still women willing to put themselves through it, especially since Angie has kids and they all have to put up with him screaming in the house all the time at people on the internet.
Find me one of these gamers.
The rest of the month of February was uneventful, but in March, Wes inadvertently revealed details about his ongoing case during a stream with rapper Lil Pump. Assuming the stream was off, he first admitted that he was probably looking at 3 to 5 years and then began lying, claiming that it was a one-on-one and his friends didn't jump in. It's amazing that even while facing prison time, he continues to stack lie on top of lie and express how proud he was of what he did, as if it was impressive. While all of the commotion of the previous months was going on, one of the people who capitalized quite well on that trend was one Eric Kanevsky, who made 2 videos doing an over-the-top impression of Wes. And eventually, he decided he was going to go through with an idea that the late great Rich Piana gave him. The original idea was to go to bodybuilding expos, ask people their height and weight, and then immediately go verify it to see if they were lying. Except, instead of a bodybuilding expo, Eric went to Wes's gym. And you can probably guess where this is going. Oddly, when Eric's first 2 videos came out, this was Wes's reaction.
I don't really watch spoof videos about me, but that one was funny. If I saw that guy in person, I'd be like, dude, you are classic. Like, I really thought it was going to piss me off, and I liked the guy after seeing that one. I'm just saying, he was hilarious.
Coincidentally, just as Eric was planning to carry this video to fruition, Wes posted this to his Instagram.
The biggest fairy that you know that swears I'm not 6 foot, have him come to where I go to the gym, and we'll just do a friendly stand by each other and take a picture. Get as many people as you can. Have them come stand next to me, take a picture, and just document. I'm 6 foot, but I'm just going to play into your guys' game because this is one of the most friendly things you guys have ever said about me is that I'm short. You guys think you're hating on me, but it's kind of nice.
Of course, when Eric actually showed up, this is how it went down.
Look at this stud over here.
Hey, am I 5'8"? Am I 5'8"? That's what I want to find out.
Get out of here, yo. I didn't even get the chance to ask Wes anything about his height before all of his buddies started swarming me, but he brought up the 5'8" thing himself.
After this pathetic exchange from Wes, he had his friend, the same one who was holding the dumbbell in the video John Bravo got, try to actually steal Eric's camera from the cameraman's hands by force. At least they planned ahead to try and get rid of any potential evidence early this time around. They spent around a minute struggling for the camera before Wes's buddy gave up, but not before he secretly stole the audio receiver from the camera. When they noticed it, they went back to get it, and this is how the conversation went.
Dog, y'all shouldn't walk up in here with that.
So it's alright to just take someone's camera equipment?
You're lucky that whole camera ain't gone, dog.
Why?
What do you mean, why? I'm gonna walk up here and film with people. That's the happens right there.
He asked people to.
You make videos like that aren't cool.
You saw his video, you said it was funny.
Fortunately, they did get the receiver back, and no real violence broke out. But as they themselves speculated, if they hadn't been in a group of 4 people, that might have gone down a bit differently. Besides this near miss, Wes's influencer lifestyle went on without a hitch. Well, sort of. You see, he's really into making all kinds of content with his misses, appearing on podcasts, cross-promoting their Instagram accounts, so on and so forth. However, in one attempt to make a saucy video, Wes posted a few stories of him and Angie engaging in a primitive mating ritual, and accidentally, Wes filmed the reflection of his paperwork on a glass surface. He deleted the story really quickly when he noticed what he had.
Yeah, that was embarrassing. He actually has a pretty small weenie.
Done, but many people had already saved the video, and much to Wes's embarrassment, it looks like his paperwork was stacking up short. I'm not one to body shame my fellow man, but the fact that this even happened is ridiculous enough that it deserves to be mentioned. While it's impossible to know for sure how Wes's story will end, given the fact that he has priors and his trial date for the felony battery charge is coming up, there's a good chance he'll go back to prison for a few years. However, if that doesn't do it, and if his former clients don't figure out a way to hit him with a fraud lawsuit for having them pay for a service they never actually get, something else will. Tax fraud. During his appearance in Jack Doherty's stream, he talked about how he spent money in such a way to avoid having to do his taxes. But as someone on Reddit pointed out, this doesn't really add up, and a user named Dapper Tough claimed Wes owed north of $3 million to the IRS. John Bravo later announced he'd be investigating this as well, so we'll probably hear some news about it soon. Whatever the case is, one fact remains. Because of how proud he is of being a violent ex-con that doesn't care about the consequences, Wes is sure to find himself back where he began, which is to say, in a prison cell. I don't wish this fate on people, but honestly, when you do what he did, there's nothing besides prison in line for you. Deep down, I think Wes knows this too, and was just waiting for it to happen. Even if you completely take that incident out of the equation, you still have pretty credible allegations against him from pretty much every woman he'd ever.
Yeah, I guess that would explain why he likes pegging. Yeah, maybe it's like a small dick thing, where if you have like too small of a dick, it doesn't feel great or something.
Been with. Simply put, those things eventually come back to bite you in one way or another. And if it wasn't prison time, it would be spending the rest of his life looking over his shoulder, waiting for the day that the consequences of his actions would come. Honestly, with his continued belligerence after the incident, more and more it seems like if West did.
Retard liberal fake news posts Hassan routine border crossing questioning as some big deal. Retard DHS calls retard Hassan a liar. Retard Hassan proceeds to double down on his retardation.
The DHS response is so funny because they're not even disputing that it happened. They're omitting the insane questions that were asked and instead claiming that it wasn't targeted for my political beliefs. Why'd y'all ask me about Trump, Israel, Houthis, Hamas, and my Twitch bans then? Claims that his political beliefs triggered the inspection are baseless. Assistant Secretary Tricia Laughlin said in a statement, our offices are following law, not agendas, upon entering the country. This individual was referred for further inspection, routine lawful process that occurs daily. Yep. Like, the guy is an actual terrorist. Crying and whining about the shit is, like, again, it's just retarded. We know what you are, what you do, like, no shit. You're gonna be asked these questions. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Didn't go to prison, he'll just eventually walk into someone who's on the same wavelength as he is and either end up killing someone or most likely dying. I know it may sound like I'm stretching here, but realistically, this kind of thing does happen in the real world. And the reason why prison exists is to prevent it by putting these kinds of people away. Unfortunately, that may be the best, and at this point, only outcome for Wes Watson. As for me, I've been...
Well, Turkey Tom's a fucking retard. Or not Turkey Tom, Wes Watson. But we already knew that. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh.
Cost first. The Pocket 3 actually comes in a few different combos. I'm going to recommend the lens with this camera. However, that's going to cost you.
Unicorn Jizz, $22. I'm pretty sure that's fake. Like, the cops would probably assume you hid in your trunk. And they were after that specific car, so pretty sure it's fake. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz.
Some more money. So even if you go with the basic kit lens, which I typically don't recommend, but even if you were to go with the basic kit lens, that is $1,099 to start. Lens off, although you would never use it like that because you have to have a lens on here for that you use to manipulate the menus and all small, super tiny, and it's pocketable. How like around a 22 millimeter f4, f5.6 equivalent. Anyway, second, the ZV can only shoot up to 4K 60, and that does come with the color. They both have log pro, track you around the room at the same vlog cameras. So the Osmo Pocket 3 is just way better suited for vlogging. It's got a physical mechanical gimbal. Osmo Pocket 3, how fast it charges, and the extended battery grip. So
thinking of getting this for streaming workout videos.
Size that's riding a bike.
How did you turn this into like an actual sustainable thing?
Because I was still technically like employed, and then one day Specialized reached out.
All right, we are live here with the Recon M2B podcast. We just finished up Sea Otter. It was a wild week, and we're here with Sebastian Seabass, normal MCBer. How's it going?
Dude, phenomenal. It's always an interesting one. You know, the couple days after Sea Otter, because everyone's absolutely burned out, and you know, you've probably done more sun walking around and just sun. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm just excited, dude. I think a lot of people are interested. They see you doing skits, they see you doing comedy videos, and I feel like a lot of people just don't know who the man is behind Normal Mountain Biker. Who is Normal Mountain Biker? So I just want to dig into that. What's your story, and just kind of learn some more.
Well, how far back do you want to go?
Let's go back to the beginning. I mean, how did this start? What were you doing before Normal Mountain Biker?
Yeah, so you know, we grew up in like my brother and I. When I say we grew up in the North Bay in California, little sleepy old town called Novato, California. Man, that's the happening right there. But yeah, man, small town. You know, 50 or so thousand people growing up in that town when we were there, and you know, it really all started back when we were kids. You know, we grew up in a somewhat humble, lifestyle growing up. Never had, more than what we needed. And, it started off with, just riding the bikes with the neighborhood kids in the front yard, right? We were, I think at some point my grandpa or dad or someone had bought one of those like plastic ramps from Walmart or Target or something.
Will kill you.
Yeah, the lethal plastic ramps, right? And we were just in the front yard with the neighborhood kids, just seeing how far we could send it on those things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much sympathy for these women either. Like, obviously, if Wes is beating the crap out of them or something, you should go to jail for it. But in terms of sympathy, no, very little sympathy for them. Like, again, they chose to date him.
On our clapped out old Target bikes, and it was just having fun, right? When we were younger, just making those memories as kids, right? And it was never anything where I never wanted to be a professional rider. I never wanted to do anything like this. It wasn't even in my sights of as a child. It's just I just want to go have fun, be with friends, right? And they kind of just evolved over the years to went from the plastic ramps to then my dad built us a wooden one, and we got really hurt on that quite a bit.
You go a lot further on a wooden ramp.
You go a lot further, especially when it's like 3 times the size that it used to be. So, but yeah, no, it went to that. Then I just saw like like most kids in like the early 2000s, you know, because I grew up in the 90s, early 2000s, and you know, BMX started to become a more pop culture type thing around that time. And so, you know, playing the video games like, you know, the Matt Hoffman BMX games and all that kind of stuff, right? And Dave Mira and all that, right? So it was really, really cool to play those games. And I was always wondering, like, man, that's really cool. I get a BMX bike. And, you know, then what BMX technically was what actually got me into like cycling. That was like the more cooler end of cycling.
Less casual.
Yeah, exactly, less casual, right? And but we were never into like mountain biking, right? That was never a thing. I didn't even think at the time that like, oh, you can go to that mountain, there's a trail, you can ride down it, right? I didn't know anything about that, right? And it actually took when we were kids, our parents had this clapped out old camper, like an old RV, right? And they would take us everywhere on that thing. I mean, we went to Mexico, we went to the Grand Canyon, we went to, you know, Seattle, whatever it was. Like our parents always made a point to show us the world. They wanted to, like, rather than go to Disneyland, let's go see what's happening in this part of the country, you know, or let's go to like, let's go to the beach in Mexico or something and just live out of the camper, parking in grocery store parking lots and stuff, right? And so that was a lot of our childhood. And one year they got the idea, they're like, oh, we haven't been to Canada yet, and it's not too far away, you know, let's go. And there's this, you know, British Columbia looks nice. They got nice mountains there, right? Yeah. And we didn't know, like I said, we didn't know anything about mountain biking at the time. And so we go on this road trip and we go, you know, hang out in Vancouver and then work our way up to Squamish and, you know, watching the cool, you know, see some bears, you know, see the, you know, we saw like a wood cutting, you know, competition. And they're like, oh, there's this town like right up the road called Whistler. And that's where apparently the Olympics was at. It's a ski town, right? And we're like, oh, that sounds fantastic. So we go up the road and we stay there for a few days. And, you know, if you've ever been to Whistler, you know, it's like, it's a village and it's a beautiful scenery, mountains and stuff. Everything. It's a phenomenal place if you haven't been there. And we're walking around the village and there's a very distinguished moment when you're walking around the village when you leave the shops and the restaurants.
What's worse, the US president flying around in a Qatari jet or Russian spies having Hegseth's number?
Probably Russian spies having Hegseth's number. Border agents detaining and interrogating Hassan proves two things. They're targeting US citizens as well. Yeah, this is coming from his uncle. Dipshit. And they asked him about his policy positions on Israel Trump. There's a frontal attack on freedom of speech. Yeah, sure. Clown. Like, again, his nephew's openly promoting terrorism.
I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman. Seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he
is this Elon Musk?
Called me up, and he said, "President." He calls me. He used to call me Donald. Now he calls me President. So that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88, and in New York I pay $1,300. What the hell is going on?
Because that sounds like Elon Musk. Hard to pinpoint the individual based on public profiles. Couple names stand out as possibility. Chris Christie. And Kevin O'Leary. 40% that it's Chris Christie, 30% that it's O'Leary. That sounds like Elon Musk. Because he has been on Ozempic. Fat shot drug.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
You're ABC fake news, right?
Why not?
Only ABC. Well, a few of you would. Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear of him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto: when they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. And then they putt it and they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
Respectfully,
Thanks for the donation, retard. That's all very retarded. Jalen Donatillers, this
Do you
guy...
think this guy
yeah.
broke his back or was seriously hurt? Also, would you say your bikes are fast? Like, could you beat a fast car in one of your bikes, faggot? Thanks, faggot. Dumbass bitch nigger.
Look at this hit right here.
My V-Strom 1050 is fast, but my Ural is very slow. So, not all my bikes are fast.
Look at this hit right here.
Jeez.
To the basement. Oh.
I don't think he broke his back, but that was really stupid. Thanks for the donation tool, Jalen Donatillers. This guy at my job took a 40-minute break when first break is 15 minutes. His coworker told him that's too long, and the guy who took long break said, "Don't you dare disrespect me. If this happened to you, how would you respond, Richard?" I'd tell him, don't take long breaks. That guy's clearly a manipulative jackass. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
And then you open up to the patio that shows where the bike lifts are and where the rampage, or not rampage, sorry, the Crankworks course is, right? And you see all the riders coming down. We come around the corner and we see that. Just imagine being a little kid that like knows a little bit about bikes, right?
Just enough.
And just enough to be like, just captivated by it. And we see this, and I was, my brother and I were like, oh my Lord, we want to do that. And we're begging mom and dad, like, please, can we go ride our bikes? Can we please go over there? And they said yes, and they found they were worried we were gonna get hurt, right? So,
yeah, of course.
so they found a course, one of those like camps that you could take, just for the day, and they took us out there, and I'll never forget it, man. The old Kona shreds, like the Kona bikes.
Oh yeah.
The boxy old frames, man. And I've been looking for that. So if anyone's listening that has an old gray Kona shred, let me know. I'll buy it from you. Like I've been looking for one forever.
We need one.
Yes, get one. But yeah, we went up there, did a class with an instructor, and we rode Whistler Bike Park as the first time we ever did actual mountain biking. And that was the end right there. Like from there, it was mountain biking was like the main priority in my life.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
My first time mountain biking was on a flat trail in Missouri next to a river.
Wow.
I wish my first time was in Whistler. That would be so sick.
Hey man, well, it's the memory that counts, right?
It is.
But yeah, no, that's kind of where the mountain biking thing started, right? And fast forward many years after that, right? And all the way to 2020 when you had the weird stuff happening in the world, right? Yeah. We were at the time I was working in construction, so I was working for a company and doing like project managing, supervising, stuff like that. I was doing a ton of traveling just all around the country. I mean, I did a stint where I lived in Hawaii, for a year. Like I was I was on the beach. They put me in a house on the beach, and I was working on a probably shouldn't say where, it was a military base, but I probably shouldn't say exactly where I was. But we were doing some kind of projects for solar, and we were building solar systems, and so yeah, so I kind of went all over the place. I did it for many years, and it was great. The money was phenomenal. It's like when you're constantly on the road, constantly doing overtime, and you're put in a position where you have a pretty important job. Obviously, that's going to manifest into a good amount of funds, right? Yeah. And then 2020 hits, and everything kind of changed because I know it's the most generic story in the world. But I stopped working. I couldn't work anymore. It's like everyone had to deal.
Some reason.
Sneed. 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Sneed. 777 octodecillion 777 septendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Sneed. 777 octodecillion 777 septendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Sneed.
All right, well, thank you for that, Sneed. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Over that, right? But no, genuinely, we were stuck. You know, we were like, okay, well, there's no projects. Everyone's freaking out right now. And at that point in our lives, we were my brother and I were living with our parents, and back in California. And we moved back in, and we're living there and waiting for this whatever's going on to end. And in the meantime, I had a little bit of experience with photography and filmmaking and stuff like that, because I'd actually worked in the bike industry prior to my construction job. Just a little side thing, when I was in high school, I was doing videos for race recap videos for the California Enduro Series, and we were just traveling around doing those races. So I had some gear that I had left over that I never sold or got rid of, and my brother and I are sitting at home, and we're like, let's do like Instagram. Let's go take some Instagram photos. And originally it was actually my brother Dersey that was the main focus of the channel. Like if you were to go back, all the way down, like through the last 1,000 posts or whatever, you'll see that the first few posts are actually my brother Dersey of him riding. It's the trippiest thing. And that was, it was literally just kind of like a hobby type thing that we're like, maybe one day we'll have a company send us a bike or something. It was like that was the most that we ever thought into it. And originally we kind of wanted to do like merch, like a t-shirt or something, or like a kind of a merch brand or something around it. And it changed very, very quickly, because around the same time, like Instagram Reels became a thing. That was never a thing until about 2020, 2021, roughly somewhere in that time period. And just for whatever reason, I was like, we were out trail building one day, and there were some of our local trails, and I was just like, I have an idea to just I threw my iPhone to my brother, and I'm like, dude, film me coming down this trail here. I want to just like see what that would look like, right? So sure enough, he films me coming down. We do a couple more shots, coming around berms and stuff, some slow mo, some like shred it type stuff, right? And I threw it together and put it on the Instagram Reels, like maybe a day or two after they had been released, like open to the public, right? And like instantly, actually, you know what? I may have been wrong about that. There may have been a couple random reels that we had done prior to that. Yeah. But it was like within a short time. So maybe not like a day, maybe like within the month, right? Yeah. And dude, we posted it, and like I put like a Suicide Boys song to it, and like it just exploded. Like for whatever reason, this video just like people seeing like a bigger dude riding a bike and like doing some jumps, and like very basic video. Like there's nothing special about it. It was just what was being shown was what really captivated people, and that kind of clicked like a light bulb in my mind, and I was like, like that's really strange. Like all these pictures that we posted and this content we put out there barely got like maybe 1,000 views, and then all of a sudden this one's at like 100,000 views like within the first day, and I was like, this is really weird. Like why did this happen? And then it put two together that like, there's nobody that's my size that's riding a bike. Like you got people like Kyle Strait, who's like a big dude, and he's a big muscular dude, but he's like, compared to like when I stand next to him, like, we're height wise, but I'm like, I got girth on. I sat on his bike at Rampage once, and it like sunk down. And I was like, you're running this stiff, but I need a little bit more pressure in my shock, But yeah, so there really wasn't anybody in the bike world that was doing content from the perspective of like a bigger dude, like a dude that weighs over 300 pounds, that's like, like so big that he has to pump his tires up to 50 psi to be able to get good grip, and it just kind of turned into what it is now, where
Holy shit. 50 psi in a mountain bike tire. That is fucking crazy.
Now it turned into comedy, and we're doing all whatever we're doing now. So that's kind of.
I mean, people like everybody on Instagram, they're watching pros, like, and these riders that are super fit, superhuman fit, and like in reality, there's other riders out there that are like larger, and it's just on Instagram you don't see that. There's not many people, and like you're able to reach those people through comedy and content. So it's super cool.
Well, yeah, just one thing that if I can add there, it's really interesting that the biggest eye-opening moment when we were kind of around that time and everything was kind of really starting to come up. I got so many DMs, and I still to this day like DMs and messages on whatever platform it was of people reaching out to tell me, hey, I'm also like 6'5" and I'm also like 300 and something pounds, and I never knew that bikes could withstand me, and which technically they don't really withstand you, but we make it work, right? It'll work. But I got so many people being like, hey, I didn't know I could do this, and because I saw your videos, like I got myself a bike and I went out and I rode, and it was the best time of my life ever. Like so many times we've had that, and it's so cool being able to read that because it's like, oh, we're not just making funny videos. Like it's like this is actually like some people are like seeing a new realm that they didn't know existed.
This is impacting people.
Yeah, it was cool. It's been really cool seeing that. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I know with my own content, I mean, I started with mountain biking actually because like as a kid I was super small for my age and like I couldn't play team sports. Like the obvious path is to start playing soccer, start playing football, and I tried that. It wasn't very pretty.
Yeah.
But I mean, I got into mountain biking, and that was just kind of like my thing was like, you don't have to like fit a certain image to ride a mountain bike or like be super fit. Like you can just go out there and just have fun. Like anybody can. So I want to dive more into this. So how did your work in the bike industry before normal mountain biker, before the construction stuff? That was in high school, correct?
Yeah, that was in high school. It kind of manifested a little bit before, like kind of when I was transitioning from middle school to high school. It really it was one of those like right place, right time kind of situations, right? One of my closest longtime friends that I've, one of my close friends forever, he was actually a professional rider. So way back, we're talking like freshman year of high school. He kind of wanted to go down that path of a professional racer, like enduro racing, back when enduro was just starting off. I mean, back then they called it like all mountain or something like that.
Yeah.
Like it was like back in those days. There was another word for it, but I'm totally forgetting the word. But yeah, back then, and that was when the kind of YouTube scene and the edits started to become a popularized thing. Like back when Pink Bike had the video of the day, right?
Yeah.
So it was always our goal, like, oh, we gotta make the video of the day one of these days, or movies for your Monday or something, right? And me and my brother, like he was really good at riding. I mean, he's one of the fastest people to say that I still, I'm very close with, right? And even though he doesn't ride anymore, which Matt, you should ride still. but no, he was just really starting to come up in the industry. He was starting to get some sponsorships, and we would just go out every once in a while and we'd film edits. It was with him first, and then it kind of, we had a couple other riding buddies in our area, that were also trying.
What kind of bikes am I riding? I've got, like, you mean mountain bike? I've got a Giant Rain E+2. And, I'm gonna get that Bonnell MX. So this bike. This is not quite a mountain bike. It's got a 6 kilowatt motor with twist throttle. So it's sort of like a mix between a like motocross bike and a mountain bike. Wanted to get this just so I can like, just send it. Just have fun doing like motorcycle stuff, like wheelies, going off like jumps. And I don't have to go to like a mountain bike park and shit. So I'm gonna get that in the next couple months probably. But where is it? Fuck, I hate how I don't know why it does this on desktop. There's my mountain bike there in the background. Let's see if I can where is it? Those are my motorcycles in the garage. Why in the fuck does it do that? Mountain bike. There it is. So there's the mountain bike I have. That's the Giant Rainy Plus. I have no idea why Instagram is fucking retarded, but
trying to be professional riders. So I'd go and film them, and I'd go and film the bros just on a ride, right? And that kind of got me into the content production side of things, where it was literally just like me with my Canon 70D, or a 2 Ti or whatever, 2 T2i or whatever it used to be called, and like just going out there with the most basic equipment, just something that my mom was nice enough to buy me from Costco, right? And just going out there and making shred its, and on the crappy old laptop that I used to have.
My neighbor just got a 23K 2025 Ducati Corse Panigale V2 Bayless first championship. I honestly, like, unless you just really want a Ducati, I don't know why you'd get that bike. It's a 2-cylinder, and it doesn't have that much horsepower. So, yeah, this version goes up to 155. But I mean, 23K for that sort of bike, that's just a 2-cylinder. Like, unless you just really need a Ducati, I would just tell somebody to get a, like, ZX6 or, how much is the ZX10 right now? Really? Yeah, the ZX10R is only 18 grand. Is that for a new? No, the new one's 30. So it's a bit more expensive. How much is the ZX6 double R? Like, you might as well get a ZX6. It's a 4-cylinder. I don't think they're quite 155 horsepower, but they're way fucking cheaper. Yeah, 13 grand. So you're spending half as much money for roughly, what, like 20 less horsepower? And you can just tune the engine. So I think the Ducati Panigale V2 is kind of a stupid bike. It's just way overpriced. I'd just get a ZX6. Burps are back, only $2. Fuck.
Excuse me.
Listen to Val eating.
These women are disgusting. I hate seeing them like chew on a steak and do that.
Fucking snap you?
Yeah, she's really gross.
Who is making these girl burp videos? Let's go. Wow.
Yeah, they're all gross.
Mom's birthday.
Thanks for the donation. Burps are back.
Give retard Asman his flowers.
Yeah, I bet he's probably on the uh-oh list, right? And yeah, that's what happens when you say that you support the actions of a terrorist organization and you interview them on your stream and then you play their propaganda, you end up getting detained for extra questioning, re-entering the country. And I think that Hassan and everybody else, including myself, let's all sit together and say a collective thank you to the government for keeping us safe. Making sure that we're not letting people that are actual terrorists, because Hassan is not an actual terrorist. He just likes cosplaying as a person who likes them. We're not letting actual terrorists into the country. Thank you, Donald.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with Asmongold there, even though he's a retard. Thanks for the donation, retard. Yeah, the Bonnell bike looks pretty fucking dope. Don't know if they... Apparently, you can order these now. I haven't seen anybody make a video with one yet. Bonnell app walkthrough. CDG donate tellers, where were you today? Checked for the debate stream, you never showed. I was just getting some research ready for the debate, and then I think I had about an hour before the debate started. So I decided to just take a nap in my chair. And then that short nap that I had planned ended up becoming 3 hours. And then I was like, oh shit. So, yeah. And I put 2 alarms on my phone just to make sure that I'd wake up, but there was some glitch on my phone where no sounds were playing even though the sound was on. So we're going to do the debate later today. It's currently 1:44 a.m. We're going to do the debate at 3 p.m. Eastern. So hopefully everything goes well. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Hey, once you've got that on your phone, go ahead and click on that. Right, you've got one other page. This is just going to be monitoring things like temperatures, throttle inputs, gives you your odometer, gives you real-time settings on amps and motor RPMs. Get to the point that you twisted it to. You've got input deadband. That's essentially going to give you some play in the bottom of your throttle as it gets closer to the lower voltage, and it will automatically start ramping down the power in an unnoticeable way so that you guys don't get any sort of cutoffs at low voltage. We can then go into feel different when you're pedaling and how that provides power. So we've done some basic settings inside of here for you guys, and you can go ahead and play with those further if you like. First thing on here is the torque sensor sensitivity. So as you pedal, you're going to put a force on your pedal, and it's going to put a force on side of the torque sensor inside of the motor. Now, if you want that to be more sensitive and pick up for a higher input at a lower pressure point that you push, you'll go ahead and ramp this up. It'll be more sensitive. Same thing, you can ramp, it's giving you power. And motor assist factor is similar to the torque sensors. The motor direction settings aren't something that you'll need to play with. Again, that would be if something was ever swapped to make sure it'd be easy to get you guys back on track. Firmware is pretty self-explanatory one. If there's shouldn't need to do anything now. If there's ever any issues, we can run you guys through that process. Speed limit, and you want to go to 28 miles per hour. Anything over 20 is going to disable your thumb throttle.
Yeah, this thing looks pretty fun. Yeah, it's 6 kilowatts, which is roughly 8 horsepower, but the bike only weighs 75 pounds, so the power to weight ratio is pretty great. Yeah, it's roughly the same power as a stock Suron, but way lighter, like half the weight.
Tonight, hundreds of supporters celebrated as a judge granted bond for 57-year-old Mahendra Patel, released after spending 47 days in jail.
For those who don't remember, the old Indian man who was accused of kidnapping in Georgia, surveillance video came out, basically showed that the man didn't kidnap anybody, but he still remained in jail for 46 days. There's a video of him being released and talking to the press. If you're wondering who the white lady is, it's his lawyer. I know her. It's actually so weird that I recognize her. When I was following the Young Thug trial, one of Young Thug's lawyers ended up getting jailed by the judge who was corrupt.
Yes.
That judge ended up getting thrown off the case, but at the time, he didn't want to go to jail, the lawyer, but the judge was trying to throw him in. So then other lawyers had to show up to defend him, and she's one of those people.
About a dozen defense attorneys showed up to support Brian Steele, who's representing rapper Young Thug in his criminal racketeering case.
Anytime a member or criminal defense lawyer is making a motion in good faith and they're being shut down by the judge and threatened with jail, that's scary.
That's crazy.
Also, you got somebody's hair in your beard.
Yeah, well, that's,
Yeah, but it's like long.
It's a trophy.
Sure. It looks like a mess.
You're going to tell me I look like a mess?
I'm saying that looks... Yeah, it's gone now. It was curled like spaghetti. I ain't fronting.
I ain't mad at it. I'm gonna keep that close to my heart.
Okay.
How does it feel?
I feel great. It's a freedom that's called now. Finally, I'm out.
Can I say something? 46 days is too long. And, you know, we said that, we already had the conversation, and then you said, like, well, you don't know how you would have in no situation. Because, you know, maybe being feeling good is the only way to act, not to. I know I wouldn't feel that good. I'd be pissed off. Oh, yeah, 46 days for something you did.
Maybe.
And then you still have to go to, oh, my God.
All I know is when I see inmates who've been in jail for dozens of years and they get freed after some bullshit, they don't come out angry. The only way to survive in there is to make peace with a lot of things. That's what I've seen so far. So I'm going to just take it from them because everyone I've seen come out, that's their attitude. They don't look angry and indignant at that time.
So happy to be out.
So happy to be out there. I was there for 47 days, absolutely. I counted every hour and every minute of it over there.
How does it feel being able to walk outside, be with your family, with your daughters?
It feels great. It feels great. It could not happen without all these guys right here in my circle. Didn't help me.
What was it like all that time, those 6 weeks you were in there?
Well, you know, I'm a perseverance guy, so you got to take it one day at a time.
Some white woman lied about him trying to kidnap her kids. That's why he was in jail. And video evidence exonerated him, but they're still charging him.
A lot of ups and downs in the days, but I knew we had a team outside helping me. So one day we'll see the light out, and then we see it today.
Yeah, put it in perspective. I asked if he had clothes. He said, well, I have winter clothes because I went into jail. It was
That's
still
right.
winter.
Yeah, this
I
is
mean,
it. And I have a jacket actually too, black jacket, because that day it was in the 40s when I got picked up.
Yeah.
That's wild. So at the time when he went to jail, it was so cold, he had to wear hoodies and a Joe coat. And by the time he came out, like, spring and early summer began.
6 weeks will do that to you.
Damn.
But remember what it looked like 6 weeks ago? There was no leaves. There was no leaves outside.
Yeah. That's different.
What was your reaction when you got arrested?
I said that, you know, I cannot even dream about somebody alleging me for doing this kind of thing. Forget about me dreaming to do this. So it was a shocker. In fact, I didn't even realize why they were arresting me in the first place. And they took.
He was in Walmart looking for Tylenol for his sick mother, and he asked some woman who was in a motorized cart where the Tylenol was. She had a young child on her lap, and the child was about to fall, and he just held the child up to prevent the kid from falling, and then he moved on and then got the Tylenol. And on his way out, he told the woman that he helped, oh, hey, I got the Tylenol. And then she laughed and smiled and said, oh, good. And then later she just made up the story that he tried to kidnap her kid. It was insane.
And took me in Ackworth. And that's when I realized that this is what it was all about. I thought they had the wrong guy or something. So we had no idea.
But he wants to go home and, you know, eat a home-cooked meal and be with his family and get a shower.
Yeah, what are you going to do first?
Yeah, what are you going to do first?
I gotta take a shower. I'm a picky about food, but I told my daughter and wife, I said, I don't care. Better than what I got over there. I'll take it any day, any moment. So any food I will eat.
Very quickly seeing all your supporters.
Yeah. I wanted to thank actually Ashley Merchant. Here's my daughter. She is Elena. Is the champion. She is the one who worked day and night for me. And she's the one got Ashley on the team.
And also, to be clear, Ashley Merchant is a big lawyer in Atlanta. That's not a nobody. So the fact that the daughter worked tirelessly to get her on the case and she took it up, shout out to the daughter. That's impressive. Like, to give you an idea, like, that's getting probably one of the biggest lawyers in America in general to go defend your dad and get him out of jail. So, very, very impressive.
I really hope that with that same lawyer they counters too. I really hope. I'm disgusted.
Who are they going to sue?
The lady. Civil.
They could, but if she ain't got no money, then you're wasting your time.
Are you considering bringing charges against Ms. Miller?
I mean, we can't bring charges against her. You know.
See, if there was a city or something like that,
yeah, then
that's different. And you know what's fucked up? The cops, technically, they were just going based off what the lady said. You can say they didn't do the greatest job or whatever because they checked the surveillance footage and whatnot. But they had enough probable cause to arrest him and hold him.
I understand what you're saying.
Based off the seriousness of the crime.
I understand what you're saying.
He got nobody to sue.
I understand what you're saying, but no, I will disagree that they didn't do their job because they had to go to the footage and they see what happened. They saw what happened and they looked at it. In order to trace the dude, they had to scrutinize what happened. So
Okay, there's a difference between what you and I think they's doing their job and what's legally provable. That's not the same thing. You and I can agree they didn't do their job properly.
Sure.
That's very different than whether or not they had probable cause necessary to arrest the person, hold them in jail.
Sure.
So
I could not believe that this many supporters came out today, were inside and outside the courtroom to support me. I'm very grateful for them. Very grateful for them.
Do you feel like any of this has to do with race at all?
I don't want to comment that. I mean, it's a very sensitive issue. I know. I don't know what goes through the mind of people when they do that. We don't play racism in our life. We take it whatever the card we get in. When first day she came, we were like, you have no idea what is going on outside, but we got to change your image over here.
It's just such a wrong.
First few days were not good for our family and everybody, but we quickly turned around, and I'm so grateful for not only Atlantans who came out inside and outside today, but also so many people from online, all across the country and out of country, even, in other countries as well, supported us all over in social media.
Yeah, you're welcome, bro. A little lighthearted. What a great attitude. I think it's incredibly impressive to be wronged in that way and to have the heart to truly be able to forgive the people who did that to you and to move in the way that he does. I think it's good for him. I think it's going to help him with his family as well, because I can tell they took it. It almost looks like they took it harder than he did.
Of course he did.
You know, so that's, I mean, not necessarily, of course, he's the one who spent the time in jail.
I understand what you're saying, but they're the one that's fighting for him to
for 46 hours. Like,
why do you think we saw him sit in jail for so long?
I think that it was just a couple different factors that played into it. You know, the court system sometimes takes a while to get bond. I think the charges were embellished at the beginning, and that sort of led to a downward spiral that resulted in him sitting in jail for a while.
The bond/bail system that y'all have in America is probably one of the most disgusting things in the world. The idea that people stay behind bars. There's one double murder trial that I've been following for a long time now, and it's had one mistrial. It's going on 4 years, and now they're going to start the new trial, and the person's been sitting in jail since the whole time. Now, the reason why they justify the jail aspect is because the person committed a serious offense of murder, which is fine. But the idea that you may not have done it and you may not have been found guilty and you have to sit in jail on charges you have been found guilty of for 4 years, still awaiting trial, that's insanity. That is a broken system. And you think about this man here, and he says it himself, but one of the only reasons he's out right now is because his daughter fought tooth and nail to get a high-profile lawyer to put this case on blast everywhere. Yeah. So if that daughter doesn't exist, he might still be in jail.
100%.
And that's the thing that can't be lost in this happy ending, quote unquote, is that the systemic issues that led to him being in there and that leads to other people still being in jail much longer than him still exists, right?
Usually they say that you're presumed innocence, and I've always, because of what you said, I've always had like I'm not so sure about that. You know, I understand what it means. I understand that you're not guilty. You're not, but there's so many factors things that comes into factor that makes you not innocent. You're not innocent until.
Lagging every time I try to press play on the playback menu. It's like, and one thing led to another, and I just kind of was brought into a circle of people who were either professional writers or people who were already working in the industry. And keep in mind, this is when I'm like freshman, sophomore year of high school. And on top of that, one little detail that I left out of that is that where I grew up in Novato. For people who are super into the bike world, they know that like Novato is actually one of those. Not only is Marin County, which is the county that Novato's in, but it's the quote birthplace of mountain biking. So we have a lot of people that are pretty significant in the bike industry that live in that area. But I was actually neighbors with Mark Weir. My parents still are to this day. So Mark Weir lived like right down the street, and then you had a few other people like Marco Osborne, who he's a racer nowadays. Yeah. I knew all those guys growing up. Like I looked up to all those guys and still do today. Those guys are awesome, right? And like so I had opportunity to I did an edit for Marco Osborne one time years and years ago, and got kind of access to trails that I wouldn't have been able to see otherwise. And it was just a really cool time to be in the industry. history because YouTube hadn't really kicked off yet. You know, it was still starting to bubble up, right? And I kind of kicked myself because I wish that I would have stuck with it back then.
Yeah.
You know, because after I did that, I kind of got bored with it. I did the racing, you know, I did recaps with racing, and like we made some money, you know, as a high schooler, you know, roaming around, traveling around the country, getting, you know, our trips paid for, whatever. You know, it was
pretty
cool.
sick.
It was cool, right? You know, it was like come back to school, you know, after we'd been done, you know, it's like I went, where were you this weekend? Oh, I was in, you know, Big Bear or whatever. You know, like just random stuff, right? Like no one else was doing anything like that when I was growing up, so it was pretty cool to do it. But you know, it kind of just fizzled out. You know, nothing really came from it, and I, you know, I was at that transition period of my life where it was like, all right, well, high school's about to end pretty soon, and I got to get a real job.
Gotta become an adult.
I gotta go to college, and I gotta go do all this stuff, right? And so it never really turned into anything, you know. And until, you know, a few years later, obviously, you know, I finally do the whole like I went to college, but I never finished anything, you know. You know, had a bunch of random jobs, and then eventually, you know, did the construction job I was telling you about, and that then catches right up to 2020, and towards the end of 2020 when we started this whole thing. So
that is crazy. So that clearly taught you how to work a camera and how to kind of like work with other people in the industry at that time. And obviously, it's changed a whole bunch. Now it's a huge shift.
Retard potato homunculus 20 dollars thought this was Bella Russet Ramsey at first. Oh my god.
Hi, my name is Nason Chaika.
I am Shivar Anthonison on TikTok.
And this is our studio basement, me and Dylan's studio basement.
For TikTok, yep.
And I'm just posting this on Instagram of me and Dylan. So, we're going to be getting money on TikTok and Instagram too. So
once I figure it out.
Yeah, so he could figure, once he figures it out too. But I could show him how to get him to use it and get to learn it more.
Mm-hmm. Say something else. And we hope to have as much content for you guys as possible.
And we're going to do good. I'm going to be helping him, support him, anything I need.
That dude literally looks like Bella Ramsey. Prognathism. I don't know if Bella Ramsey has prognathism. She is ugly, though. Yeah. Such a bad idea casting her. Thanks for the donation, retard potato homunculus. N-word, yes. The hard R, donate $2.
Simon, don't touch my phone. Simon, don't touch my phone.
Dude, parrots are so awesome. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Now people are, even pros, the best pros in the world, if they're not making videos, if they're not making content that people want to watch, not just a GoPro video, then like their sponsors are going to start questioning. They're going to start maybe taking some thinking twice. But I mean, how did you figure out how to kind of like take it the step beyond just videoing stuff? Like you mentioned, you had the Shreddits once you started to get back into mountain biking and back into the creating videos. So was it really just like, did it really just click with that one video?
Not 100%. It made me realize that there's more to it than what I've been seeing. Right? It was that first like aha moment of like, oh, I didn't know videos. I've never had, like, literally up until that point, I never had a video go beyond like 10,000 views ever on anything ever, right? And seeing it hit like the 100,000 views and then the 500,000 views, you know, that was like the moment where I realized.
See, UK politics and retailers just watch up to 2 minutes, lol, but man, it's such a show when Christians and Muslims argue. Make me want to take out the popcorn and watch these for hours. Watch up to 2 minutes.
I'm gonna fuck you. You might do it. Do it. them. Okay, just leave them, leave them. They are demonic people, demonic. Demon of Muhammad is inside them. The demon of Muhammad is inside them. Leave them, leave them, leave them. The demon of Muhammad is inside them. Demon of Muhammad.
No, you can't bully people in here.
Jesus is
This is
the
not
way.
Yemen or Gaza. This is not Yemen. This is a free land. People can say what they want. So you can't bully people in here.
Yes.
Yes. You did. You came right in your face. You came right into your face.
Go and do to your Muslims. Go and do to your Muslims. Go and do to your Muslims. The hijabi bitch. Shut up. The hijabi bitch are there. The hijabi bitch. You shut up. You shut up. You idiot. You shut up. You shut up, idiot. Demon of Muhammad, the pig. Demon of Muhammad is inside him. So my dear friends, you know this is how they behave. Because that demon, that halal pig Muhammad, he taught them like this behavior. So my dear friends.
Based. Well, thanks for the donation, UK Politics. Yeah, Stark Varg's pretty cool.
I was like, oh, something I did in this video, something happened in this video to make people want to watch it.
Yeah.
And you know, that kind of took me down this path of obsession of, you know, I was genuinely obsessed with how do I make, like, why do videos go viral? Like, why is this person able to consistently get, you know, 100 million views per month, whereas this person who works just as hard is only getting like 10,000 views a month.
Exactly.
You know, and really trying to figure out what that dynamic is and what I should do. And to be honest, I haven't really fully figured it out yet. I think there's so much change that's happening constantly every single day that you can get pretty close. Like what Mr. Beast says, you know, he has like a whole bunch of stuff how he talks about how he goes viral, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, I don't make the same content as Mr. Beast does, right? I'm not in the same niche as him. So it's like what might work for him. Obviously, there's a bunch of fundamental things you want to do, but what might work for him may not work too well for me, if that makes sense, right? So it was just kind of finding that full balance and just obsessing over, okay, we would post a video and we'd see how it would work.
Did you see any of these when you were tripping?
No. I could imagine somebody who's taking something similar to like psilocybin or DMT seeing something like that. But I've never seen anything like that specifically, where there's like multiple eyes. I have seen like a lot of geometric shapes and stuff. So I could imagine somebody who's like, I don't know, seeing eyeballs and geometric shapes, putting something like that together. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
And I'd literally watch it. Well, the moment I post it, I'd see kind of like how many views it got within like the first 10 minutes, like within the first hour. I'd keep mental note of all that.
Would you rather smell Bella Ramsey's breath or lose 10K? Well, I guess I'd have to smell Bella Ramsey's breath. 10K is a lot of money.
Stuff. I'm like, okay, so this one got like 1,000 likes in the first hour, you know, but then this one over here only got like 150 in the first hour. Why? And then I fine tune it over time, right? To the point where I kind of got down to, you know, a system that worked, like figuring out the hook, you know, and figuring out like how do I keep people engaged with the whole video? Like, are they getting any value from this video? You know, and that's all changing, right? Like I said, I don't know the whole thing. It's just, I felt it worked for a good period of time, and now it's like, okay, things are changing again. Now it's like, okay, what's the next thing on the horizon?
We need to deport all of them. I'm from a refugee city where they take in thousands of Muslim immigrants. I regularly see them essay kids on the news. One tried to essay a 3-year-old in the back seat of a car in the middle of a fucking parking lot.
Yeah, dude, like Europe and the UK, they do not give a fuck who they let in. It's just nuts. All these people are being granted bullshit refugee status when they're not really refugees. They're just broke-ass fucking losers who are like, oh, I can make more money and be given free money by the government if I just claim asylum or some horse shit. They just don't give a fuck. And then they let in, like, the most scumbag fucking losers on the planet. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade.
horizon. And I think that's what's interesting is that like so many people find one thing that works and then they only stick to that and they never want to evolve. And that's why you have all these channels nowadays that are just completely dropping off and they're just disappearing out of nowhere. And then you see a video that pops up, you know, after them not posting for a month, and then they're like, I got a real job, you know. It's like, what do you mean?
Job application.
Yeah. I'm selling my van, you know. So yeah.
All right, we're gonna take a quick pause right now and explain a bit more about Recon M2B. So we're a mountain bike media company and an e-commerce store where you can buy any of your mountain biking products. We have over 10,000 of the best 10-foot jumps at Darkfest. Or do you think everybody's got to start doing this? Like, what do you think?
Well, it's interesting because I consider myself to be on the complete opposite of like someone at Darkfest doing a 110-foot backflip. You know, like it's like those guys have an immense skill that I probably will never be able to do, or nor be willing to do, because I'm not going to let myself do that, right? So I'm very much on the other side of the spectrum, right? So I think in general, you have to have a brand for like your own personal brand, no matter what,
and people can really look up to him in the way that like he's grown up riding bikes. He was this kid. We watched him. You got to put yourself in that position. I mean, all right, I want to take a shift right here, and I want to kind of dive into some of your favorite videos you've ever made. So that's a pretty big question. But what's out of all of the videos? It could be long form, it could be short form. What's your favorite video you've ever made?
Dude, the answer has shifted, you know, as the time has gone on, right? Because we're always doing new stuff, and I tend to, when I think of the favorite, I think of like the most memorable, and the most memorable is one of the hardest ones we've ever filmed, and that was a few years back when we were working with Specialized. The Levo SL came out, and at the time when that dropped, it was like, I mean, that was the hottest bike on the market. You know, it's like everyone wanted one, and we had to keep that thing secret for a very long time. But we filmed the video with Cody Kelly on behalf of Specialized, and dude, that video was insane to film. It was a full-on YouTube video, you know, full production. We had multiple camera guys out there. We had the whole 9 yards, like outfits, the whole thing, right? And we went to a little town called Oak Ridge up in Oregon, and Oak Ridge, for anyone who hasn't been there, is in the middle of nowhere. Like it is a tiny town that connects the Eugene area to the Bend area, and that's like it's in the mountains, and that's it. You know, they have like 2 restaurants and a grocery store, and that's it. And yeah, man, that project was so hard because we were out there for I think about a week, and every day we were waking up super early before the sun came out, heading out there, waiting for golden hour. You know,
I'm not sure when the next Islam video is gonna hit. I don't know.
Out on the mountain the whole day. Like even if the lighting wasn't good, we were like, all right, let's go over here and do this. We gotta get this done. Let's do a thumbnail. Let's do all this kind of stuff. And man, that project just killed me, like absolutely killed me. I think I couldn't move for like maybe a week after. I sat and did nothing for like a week because we were doing so much stuff, so much climbing. You know, we were probably covering maybe 20 miles per day, like easily while filming. That's like like from the sun up. It may not seem like that much. I got 20 miles a day. I can do that on my e-bike, no problem. But it's like no, like we're doing 20 miles a day of like traversing, but not including every shot that we did back and forth. Like that's 20 miles of ground covered. You know, so it was brutal, man. And the only thing we would have for dinner that night is like a pizza place that was still open by the time we were done. So we were eating like this like mediocre pizza,
just fueling you for the week.
Yeah, that was all we had going for us, you know, and some Gatorades or something, you know, but that was brutal. But it was like the payoff was amazing because it's the most, to this day, one of the coolest videos I think I've ever done, because it's like we had this cool creative idea and I was pretending to be Cody Kelly, and it kind of turned in, we had a voiceover of some country dude, and like it was just super, super cool. It was a great experience, and like that really taught me, you know, when we're on the subject of like learning stuff, that really taught me how much work goes into some of these edits that people are making. Yeah. And that was a mild one too compared to other productions out there. So hats off to the guys that are filming videos every single day doing that stuff. So
it takes so much longer than people realize when you're filming and doing something. Like I used to film myself building a lot of backyard features, and I had a series on my YouTube channel. It takes so much longer when you have to set up every single camera angle, start recording, and then even after that you take a cut and you're like, oh my gosh, that was a horrible camera angle or something like that.
Funny you say that. Starmer is flipping the UK 180 on immigration.
Today we publish a white paper on immigration, a strategy absolutely central to my plan for change that will finally take back control of our borders. Between 2019 and 2023, net migration quadrupled until in 2023 it reached nearly 1 million. That's about the population of Birmingham, our second largest city. That's not control, it's chaos. A one-nation experiment in open borders. Today, this government is shutting down the lab. The experiment is over. We will deliver what you've asked for time and again, and we will take back control.
Well, it's about fucking time. I'll believe it when I see it, though. The UK is kind of known as a bunch of liars. We're ending Britain's open border experiment for too long. Businesses were actively encouraging to bring in lower paid workers rather than invest in our own people, fixing the system. Increasing the skills required to gain entry. Raising English language requirement. Contribution-based model, extending the length of time a person needs to live in the UK from 5 to 10 years, with reductions for those who contribute to economy. Well, those are all things that definitely need to fucking happen, like Jesus Christ. It's absolutely insane. I think one of the reasons they're doing this too, by the way, is because they know opposition parties are planning on shutting down immigration and they're getting way too popular. So they know in order to stay in power, they need to do this. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
It's got to redo it. It takes forever. A lot more goes into it than people realize.
Yeah. A lot of waiting too. Like waiting for weather to align, waiting for bikes to get shipped in. You know, it's like sometimes you have an edit plan or a video plan that's like supposed to happen next week, and then it's like, oh, the product got delayed. It's stuck on a ship somewhere. And you're like, okay, well, gotta wait for that, and then like wait for the editing to happen, wait for the release time to happen. For when we finished that video, that bike we filmed that like over a year before the bike came out. Like we were sitting on it, knowing about that bike for over a year. It was so hard to keep a secret for so long. I'm not even joking. Yeah. I don't know. There was some kind of issues with getting it to market. So I don't know exactly what happened, but eventually it got to market. Everything was fine. But like, just sitting on a secret for that long of like such a sick bike, it was painful. Absolutely painful.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but for that bike, didn't Specialized invite you out to do like a speech on it, and you showed up and there was like 200 people waiting for you to give a speech?
I don't know how you know that story. But that was one of the worst moments of my life. That was terrible. Yeah, no. So there was, like you said, there was an event at the.
I'm not a huge fan of Christopher Nolan movies. They're kind of overhyped.
Yeah, at the Specialized headquarters and down really close to us, actually here in San Jose, like down in, I don't know where, somewhere over there. It's like an hour from here. And so Specialized does this like big event. we get invited. They want me to do some kind of speaking portion. And I'm thinking, this is going to be, just a handful of people, like no big deal. We get there and it's this giant auditorium, like this massive, massive room with a big stage up front and projectors and like a bunch of seats and like a little food bar thing. And I'm just like, oh no. Like I was like, because I haven't done public speaking since I was a kid. So I hadn't spoken to like a crowd that big. And people just start pouring in at a certain point. It's like it fills up so much. There's no more seats available. And there's people standing around the edges, right? And to make things even worse, when I was supposed to go up was the very last thing they were doing. So it was like 2 hours of just the most mundane like business talk for like literally 2 hours. And then I'm sitting in the back like going over my lines and what I'm going to do and like freaking out, just full panic mode. And so I finally get up there and like we had this whole thing where I was going to jump up on stage and it was going to be this whole thing, right?
No pressure.
No pressure at all, right? In front of every important person ever, right? And so we jump up on stage, I do the thing and I get up there and I made the mistake of like completely just like letting my anxiety take over. And I looked down and there was apparently they were running it on Zoom. And I remember looking down and there was like a laptop that had Zoom open. And I saw it was like 600 people or something on Zoom. And I'm like, oh man, on top of like the 300 that are in this room, there's like 600 people on Zoom as well. So it's like now the audience just effectively doubled or tripled, right? So I get up there, immediately forget everything I was going to say, like completely bombed. And everyone's looking at me just like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like, what is wrong with this guy? And I'm up there just choking up and like, I'm looking over at the guys that are like running the thing. And yeah, long story short, I stumbled my way through it and eventually, did it, but it was like supposed to be like a 5 or 10 minute long thing. It was like 30 seconds, dude. Like it was terrible. Like I just got up there and said some gibberish and, stood in the corner and just hope no one would notice I bombed it that bad. Yeah.
So this was for the launch of the Levo SL?
Yeah, it was. It was there when they let everyone in the company know what's happening. I don't know, there's a specific word for it, but they kind of bring everyone together, tell them, hey, this is what's been going on. This is the new stuff. This is the information you should know about it. And, they had a bunch of retailers as well. So that's what people were on Zoom for, is they were a bunch of retailers all over the country. So you have all these CEOs of all these bike shops all over the country watching me just fumble, right? So now everyone knows me as the guy that went Specialized and got totally jacked up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So it was, one of the worst moments of my life, but also a great eye-opening moment, because the amount that I learned about myself there was like, all right, I clearly have panic like when I have to talk to people in public like that. So yeah.
It's crazy. Like you think you'd be like, so like me personally too, I struggle so much with just like getting up in front of the crowd. Like I'll get through it, but like dude, I'm terrified of it.
It's scary.
But right? I'll talk to a video and that'll go to like, it'll reach millions of people.
Yeah, it's like no problem. Like whatever. Yeah, totally different. It's amazing how that's the contrast there, because it's like you start to look like the town I grew up in is only 50,000 people. You see 50,000 views on a video. I'm like, oh, that's terrible. That video did horrible, right?
That's an entire town.
That's a whole town, dude. And then you have videos that like millions and millions. It's like that's whole states. Yeah, that's whole countries right there that are watching your video, man. It's like I know you've had some videos that have gone berserk, like absolutely berserk. It's like you really comprehend that it's like, oh, like 10 million people watch this video. Like that's bigger than the capital or the country of Uzbekistan or something. You know, it's like a whole country just watched this video. Like what? Like it's hard to comprehend, right?
When it's numbers on a screen, it doesn't really equate to like you can't think about it. It doesn't even make sense in your head. That's crazy.
Unreal.
So did they like did Specialized prepare you? Like did they give you the notes, or were you supposed to make the speech? Like
a little both. It was like do something creative for my part, and then for them it was like tell this information, right? Like I said, I fumbled it all, and none of that actually got out. But I got good feedback from the crowd. They were like, "Yeah, you messed up, but it was funny."
They're like, "This guy's funny."
like, we just wanted to see you go up there, And it's
That's cool.
No.
All right, I want to dive more into so we've gotten how you kind of grew up riding bikes. You grew up riding bikes around the neighborhood, then you ended up somehow riding at Whistler, your first time ever actually mountain biking, which is crazy to me. And then you kind of started filming stuff with your friends and with some pros and getting into the bike industry, and then kind of took a step back from it when you had to go become an adult.
Yeah.
And then you get back into it through just posting some videos. But how did you turn this into your full-time job? Like what was the moment that you were like, you obviously weren't working through the starting periods of normal mountain bike just because of the COVID, but how did you turn this into like an actual sustainable thing?
Yeah, it was quite frankly, it was kind of a big risk. Like I was saying, we, during the 2020 time, right, late 2020, early 2021, we kind of we're at a point where it's like, okay, things are kind of leveling out, right? You know, it's maybe at some point, you know, they're going to start wanting us to go back to work, or the projects are going to pick up back up again. Because I was still technically like employed during the beginning times of this, but it just wasn't working, you know. And you know, it kind of got closer and closer to where like, oh, the world is kind of chilling out now. You know, maybe it's time to go back to work. And my brother and I made the decision that we're like, you know, let's just send it. You know, let's just fully commit, because we were getting pretty decent views at that time. Nothing like what it is.
Okay. So Paul Saladino is what the inside looks.
Okay. Oh. CDG donate tillers. Would anything bad happen if I ate all my protein from beans? Or would my digestive tract adjust to the fiber? You'd be fine. Like, maybe you'd have some digestive upset temporarily from it, but you'd probably just be fine. Do you think beans are probably the cheapest form of protein? Yeah, they'd have to be. Why did you settle on tofu? Notice back in the day you were into lentils mostly. Tofu just has a higher proportion of protein, and it just tastes better and it's easier to make. You don't have to boil anything. You can either just throw it into an air fryer or cook it on a pan, which I find is more convenient. But thanks for the donation, CDG. All right. So I'll actually make the live room now, just so I don't forget. Schedule live stream. I'll just do it now, like this. Let's see. Saturated fat and heart disease debate with biochemist PhD. Debating a biochemist PhD on whether or not dietary saturated fat has a causal relationship with heart disease. I don't know why I'm putting in caps. Duplicate stream key. All right, well, there you go. I'm going to head to bed now, but big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Debate will be at 3 p.m. tomorrow Eastern, so we'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Hope y'all had fun and sweet dreams.